Let me set this up. It is time. Time for some Atlanta. Hotlanta, actually. Phone's upside down. Yeah, that would help.
You're undiagnosed.
I had my phone turned right side up.
Talk to your doctor about OSA.
It's like, hello, turn your phone right side up, dum-dum. Turn your phone right side up, dum-dum.
Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and transform your space with color. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in, June 27th through 26th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to run our business. Pros everywhere you need us. With every
Man, I had a day today.
pads to stock your shelves.
Lot of yard work.
To oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission: to keep businesses busy.
Let's get through Atlanta.
Moving full speed ahead.
260 laps tonight.
Can of Valspar for $29.99. It's also inspiration. Find a little less inspiration. Valspar. Affordable, durable. Available at Lowe's.
Yeah, it's about 12:30. 12:30 or so.
Check this out. Just one kit of Crest 3D white strips reveals your whitest lines, and it lasts 12 months.
I know, because I had friends that were watching it last night in the VC, so...
Crest.
I'm gonna make it so I can see tonight. Plus, I haven't put my glasses in fucking forever, so... Gotta make it so I can see.
Tonight really is the land of opportunity. Anything can really happen. It's the nighttime. It's the right time. Let's put the green flag in the air.
I do not know how well this is gonna go, because...
Dale Jr. said it. The nighttime is
I haven't streamed the TNT side of things yet, so...
make it happen. Welcome in.
Hope it goes well.
At Walmart. You know, the weather has been questionable all
The
week.
only is I'm not a huge anime fan. I'd much rather prefer they went with somebody different than Adam, but that is just me. Also, I did the Penske trio for the prediction because I know they're all starting in the top 4 spots today, so that's why I went with the Penske trio instead of just doing 2 options. There we go.
Row 4, 2 young drivers from the Ford camp. Cole Custer, Zane Smith, both looking for their first win of the campaign.
And the Fords are going to be strong. They tend to be strong in this track, this style track. Although it was Christopher Bell who won the spring race, or the first race, so we'll see what happens there.
Chris Buescher, he's who I picked to win the tournament. Let's talk to him. Chris Buescher's the boys in booth. You got it. Man, you got a 3 race top 10 streak going, picking up momentum at the right time. And now you got Atlanta. Where's your confidence tonight?
Pretty good, man. He always brings fast
Well,
race cars, so.
you guys remember, all you got to do is get to halfway. Well,
Oh, and you come out here and do it better and have a clean night.
it's whichever comes first, stage 2 or halfway. Whichever one
Get this thing rolling.
is reached first is what makes it an official race. So,
through this race.
Is it a race to halfway? If anything, it should be a race to the end of stage 2. That is if weather is a concern, which I don't know. I mean,
You know how these things play out. You know they're gonna get wild coming down to it. So
it's the summertime, you know. We get in the summertime and humidity's factored in. Rain is always a possibility.
Starting lineup continues.
That's I should know that myself.
Starting outside the top third, Suarez, who won here last spring. We know how good McDowell is in the draft.
Well, we heard from Denny Hamlin earlier. All the way to the
Also, full 40-car field tonight, too.
drivers in Ross Chastain, Will Patience succeed back there in row 17. SVG, the big winner at the road course of Mexico City.
How far are you from where the track is, Bumble? Out of curiosity.
So much pace. And then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. all the way back.
Get a general idea.
Circle this race as an opportunity for him to punch his ticket to the playoffs. We'll keep an eye on him tonight. 20 rows in total, 40 cars. We don't see 40 all the time. Take a crazy race on a small track and jam even more cars in it. Pit reporters before we
2 hours south.
Start off with Danielle Trotta. Hello, Danielle.
Hi, Adam. Yeah, one of the biggest surprises so far this season is the fact that William Byron's only won one race, and he's been so dominant. Now, that one win was big. It was the Daytona 500. But since then, Byron has come so close.
But he's been very consistent, too.
In fact, in the last 5 races, he's led nearly 400 laps and won 4 stages. I asked Byron, are you frustrated you only have that one win? He said no, because in the 5 years our 24 team has been together, we've never been more dominant. His crew
Why does
chief
it seem
is
so
elite.
low?
Watch out for my guy. He has 4 wins in drafting tracks because he knows how to find the front and stay.
Sounds so low compared to the prime coverage.
Danielle, one of the best finishes from Kyle Busch this year came right here at Atlanta in the spring when he finished 7th. He needs another one tonight. The two-time champ is now way below the playoff cut line, and he needs a win or at least a good run tonight. I talked to his crew chief, Randall Burnett, he was honest with me. He said, look, before we can even think about running up front,
Well, we've been used to the prime coverage, too.
block and tackling, being good off
No, I mean, that's...
speed. Well, that
Bumble, I have it as loud as it is.
car they have. This
My volume's damn near 100%, plus
Busch, remember,
I've got the video volume boosted as loud as it is. I mean,
this track, he can get it done. He just has to do it tonight.
I can't put it any louder.
Starts 29th, Marty Snyder.
That's why I said it's so low compared to
I asked him, what do you need to accomplish tonight? He
a
said,
prime.
"Honestly, we just have to stop the slide. Tyler Reddick has lost 33 points to the cut line in just the last 3 races. And as Scott told me, listen, we would love to win a race before the regular season is up. But our main goal, just develop some consistency. That's how we won the regular season title last year. And that's what we have to accomplish, Adam, before the playoffs start.
You talk about that slide outside the top 10 in 8 of the last 9 races for Tyler Reddick, but he has won the draft last spring in Talladega Superspeedway. Now we get our race analysis for this evening.
So it's a 1.5-mile track. But
Actually, of all the broadcast partners that I've listened to, this is the lowest. This is lower than Fox. In terms of video that I've listened to,
Fuel window around 70 laps.
this is probably the lowest I've heard this season.
But if you're running full out, about 70 as far as you can go.
Let's do our race note presented by Napa Auto Parts.
Well, it starts with the strategy. It just needs to be efficient. Goodyear tires are not as much of a priority here as other racetracks. It all comes down to that Sunoco fuel. Be efficient when you're on pit road.
There's going to be a lot of things happening around you as a driver on this racetrack. Be patient from your spotters. We'll be
I assume we're coming to the one to go this time.
picture of what's going on around you so you can focus on what's important. Also, a little help, a little luck. We're going to talk about pushers in row 2 on these restarts. You're going to need people to commit to you, to push you into the lead, clear into the lead on restarts, as well as we're racing around this racetrack 3 or 4 wide.
Helps one thing. I'd rather be lucky than good anytime, Adam. With a lot of luck. I take a lot of luck.
It served me well in my life. I'm lucky every time because I am no good. Let's get a little pep talk. Team radio number 7, Justin Haley.
Eddie, I've had about 2 energy drinks already. I'm getting wound up. Okie dokie, that's good to know. Yeah, let's make it happen.
Please tell me, Dale, you haven't had any energy drinks because you've been on the chip all week long in anticipation of this race.
I made that mistake one time at Martinsville and ended up, the car looked like it ran 500 miles after only 100 miles, so we'll have to keep an eye on that 7 car. He's going to be full of action tonight.
And 100 was a stretch because I remembered about lap 20. He told me to write writing the notes. Hey, take your notes out. I thought I was getting some car info. He goes, we got to cut down on the energy drinks before the start of the short track.
Logano goes inside lane here, and we talk about the starting lineup and all those Penske guys up there, but it's interesting to me that he's down on that inside lane.
We can talk about the calamity, as Dale mentioned earlier, and trying to be patient, but you can't
The mini Daytona.
go right off the start. You have to get positions. Everyone knows track position matters. You just can't wait until we're near the end of the race and think you're going to magically leapfrog your way to the front.
And as you look at the front of this field, you see nothing but Fords. They have dominated in qualifying.
I should say it's mini Daytona in more than one way. It's like mini old school Daytona that was where handling was key.
That's going to be the key to the races. Can the Fords not only control the race, but also get themselves to victory lane?
Look at the numbers there and what's happened since we went to this draft configuration in Atlanta.
Yeah, you see the stage wins, laps led. Somebody else finds.
Well, Byron swept the first two races here. I think, yeah.
Next to him, Josh Berry. It's race day in the ATL.
Well, it wasn't ruined a year ago, but.
We're glad you're with us on this Saturday night.
All right. After a hot week, hot Atlanta, Saturday night is all right for fighting. No lag spike there in the coverage. Man, that graphic is so small, though. Barely read the numbers on it.
From his teammate, he's going to jump in front of Josh Berry on that outside line. Now the 22 of Logano and Josh Berry are clear. Which teammate do they jump in front of? Cindric up high, Blaney down low.
It seems simple, but that was a perfect example of why Logano's so good. Instantly, he knows it's about what's happening behind. He picks up that push.
Jerry running the same paint scheme he did when he won this race last year. The second Atlanta race last year.
Jump up inside the top five. There he is, looking for fourth alongside Blaney.
Haley squeezed in the middle back there. These straightaways are pretty wide. Corners narrow. The straightaways.
Actually, Alex Bowman's the first non-Ford.
The end of the dogleg, Dale. The track kind of turns left. There's a lot of room to just turn left as you see.
Briscoe the first Toyota.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for contact down the front straightaway. Everybody has a bit of a different interpretation of where they need to be, what line they need to run down the front straightaway. Saw some issues in the Xfinity race last night because of the side drafting and contact. Brad Keselowski trying to hang tough on the outside of Blaney. Keeps continuing to get the run to be able to stay on that outside of the 12. Blaney would love to get clear to join.
Brad has his teammate behind him.
Those three cars out front. Brad's got the help on the high side here, Adam. Looks like his teammate, the 60 Priest, is now behind the 6 car.
I loved your line in the drone map. A supercomputer. That's what the drivers needed to have. And you see instantly why. Every movement has to be just more precise and more committed is what I would say. If you're going to change lanes, you have to change them. You can't kind of nudge your way over.
Mentioned Priest, another one of the Fords up there behind him, 38.
It started at 7. No, the pre-race stuff, the pre-race coverage started at 6:30. I'm surprised, as quick as the pre-race coverage starts, that we're racing now. I mean, it's not even an hour. And why is it lagging so bad? Damn. That's 2 little lags it did.
That's the attitude. When you start having fun in these races, that's when they start going well. Brad Keselowski still on the outside of the 12. Can't seem to get clear. They can't really get to the back bumper of that 6 and give him the momentum. The 60 gets close, but it loses a little bit of aero grip, gets a little tight, has to come out of the gas. Brad's just barely hanging on that side draft. Here comes the 4.
Maybe, but
Push the 12 clear. Blaney is clear. Will he take the line away from the 6?
So clear, you can guard a little bit.
Top 4, now top 5, nose to tail at the front. Blaney slides in line. There's Keselowski behind him. And now it's the 60 of Priest, 41 of Custer side by side.
Watching as a driver, I'm seeing that.
honestly, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm thinking it's just.
Being in the inside line, they don't
It could also be numbers too.
one car down on the inside line. That 41 hanging on the inside of the 60 there. Cole Custer, they had a great run over the past couple of weeks.
Larson, the highest running of the non-Fords.
Jump in the outside line, that's what he's seeing. He's like, hey, we're losing numbers on the inside line. I might jump to the top here. Now he's back to the bottom of 38. Larson and Cole down there by themselves. Here comes the 48, a teammate, Bowman, to the bottom of the racetrack. We see a little bit more gap between the cars, too, than we traditionally do at this racetrack. And I mentioned how this place may be losing a little bit of grip, kind of returning toward that old Atlanta that we're so used to. More abrasive. And that might be why these guys are starting to see, you know,
Yeah, you're starting to.
space between them. Marty,
Junior's right. They're starting to spread out.
In the house, you couldn't draw it up better for Team Penske. Qualified 1 through 4. Right now, 1 through 4 on the track. And Junior had a very interesting conversation with Joey Logano before the race on their theory of why they want to lock out top 4 spots if they can. And he told me he thinks it's a bigger advantage here at Atlanta if they can run
60 laps. Yeah, I would think they'd have to pit at least once. I don't know if they've got the fuel to make it the whole.
Joey's take on that when they can run 1 through 4
Make it the whole
they can control the field
go.
better.
absolutely. They're in a really, really good spot. And again, I think this racetrack is going to be more difficult, balance-wise, more uncomfortable for the drivers. We ride on board here. You can hear the guys lifting out the gas.
It's hot and slick. If it's granted, we are going into the evening here, but if the track was hot and slick over the course of the day,
So the mirror you see on the upper left, this is the carbon fiber mirror, but down in
and it's already a handling track as it is.
it's his rear view camera. Just watch. First of all, I don't think he's blinked since we've been on board. I mean, look how wide those eyes are. But then just watch. He will look
I'm getting
down
nail clippers and cut my nails.
over and over and over again. Every lap, every corner exit. Also listen to him lifting out of the gas. Back here in the dirty air at the back of the pack. Not confident to drive that car down in the corner full throttle. Got the telemetry right there at the top of the screen. He rolls a little bit out of the throttle right there.
That's the magic, is the minimum speed. You know, I know 185. We go to tracks we run 200. So it's not the top speed. It's in the middle of the corner. You're still running 180. That's what makes this racing so crazy.
Got Hamlin back there.
Yeah, I just think we're going to see a little bit of a different type of a race than we expected because the cars just aren't handling quite as well, don't have quite the grip that they're used to. Now, as it gets cooler, we get later in the night, that's going to improve somewhat. But you can already see this field starting to space out just a little bit. We're going to have cars that handle really good and cars that are going to really struggle here in another 10 or 15 laps.
Joe Logano qualified on the pole. He's led the first 12. In fact, he's led the last 6 races here in Atlanta. Top 5, Logano, Berry, Cindric, Blaney, and Zane Smith.
New to Toyota Gazoo Racing, there are a lot of unofficial rules. Rules like only pass cars on the left. Don't drive on the grass. When you win, be humble. You know what they say. Rules are made to be broken. You in?
Our nation is standing up for American workers, restoring the pride of making products here at home. That's what we do every day. We're America's beverage companies, making American products with American workers in America's hometowns, delivering brands that have been enjoyed for generations, creating good-paying jobs, the kind that require only a strong work ethic, because we believe in the promise of America and the people who make it great.
Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and transform your space with color. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in June 27th through July 7th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets
Good old
some
pop.
of the rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak.
Hate to make pop political, but
Arby's, we have the meats.
Bye, honey.
Morning breath, huh?
Dr. Garcia? Oh.
Morning breath can be a sign of underlying health issues. Crespo Health Mouthwash protects your mouth overnight, every night, by killing millions of bacteria and preventing oral health issues like plaque and bad breath before they start.
Without the burn. That's so much pressure!
Crest.
What you working on?
A time machine so we can go back to when our house was new.
Well, Valspar has everything we need to make our place look great now.
And into the future?
I don't know without actually checking the schedule, PRK. I need to refresh it myself to.
Everything you need to keep your place looking new. Valspar.
These dishes just aren't getting cleaner.
The problem is
My mother likes it, Cody, but
likelier detergent. Really? I recommend switching to Cascade Platinum Plus.
honestly, for me, it's Code Red.
Releasing more soaping, scrubbing, and rinsing action. Plus, the grease fighting power of Dawn, breaking down.
It's either Code Red or just regular Mountain Dew. I'm good with.
And it works so well, it even keeps your filter clean. Cascade. Roto-Rooter recommended, safe for pipes.
Well, at least this screen is similar to the Fox broadcast.
Is brought to you by Arby's. Arby's, we have the meats. And by Straight Talk Wireless. Real unlimited data for fans of fast. Official partner of NASCAR. 19 laps in, stage 1 here at Atlanta.
Well, we got a change for the top running non-Ford. It's now William Byron.
Boy, had to be here a super speedway race, and you think teams should be able to, and drivers should be able to run their way to the front, but the Toyotas qualified in the back have gone nowhere, including Tyler Reddick, who's only gained one spot. What's going on with the 45? Listen in.
Really tight. Copy, really tight. Let me know as well. Still one.
So, Junior, what I find interesting, that comment of really tight came on lap 2. I am hearing more comments about ill-handling race cars way earlier in a run at Atlanta than I have ever heard. We're on lap 20, and I don't know that I've heard one driver that's happy with his car yet. Why is that the case this time around?
I just think the track
It's handling.
quickly and loses a lot of grip as we go from race to race here annually. So it's obviously affecting these teams. They have to guess on how much grip to have in the car when they get here. Some are going to hit.
Matt Hocevar on the move.
We've got some people that have struggled. Briscoe's lost 26 spots. We talked about Custer early in the race. He's down 18. So big movers though, the 77. Yeah, you said
Yep, teammates 3 wide.
has figured it up 21 spots and gaining rolling right around the bottom of the racetrack.
What about that car, Alan?
And despite that, he says he is too tight going into turn 3, could possibly be even better. But remember, he had a career best finish here in the spring, finishing second. Nearly won. It was just all about the timing of the caution. But Carson Hocevar going forward in the right direction. Remember, he's something of a lightning rod. Maybe too aggressive, some competitors say. His crew chief said he likes the aggression. Because the aggressive driver, Carson Hocevar, is learning what he needs to do.
All about handling tonight.
If this is an ill-handling 77, I'm riding it at Penn
All about handling tonight.
because this thing is flying. You might not like it, but there's 35 or 36 others that would love to have what the 77 has right now. Fords continue to dominate as the Chevrolets are starting to show up in the back of the top 10. Some of those Chevrolets being the 5 and the 24. Larson and Byron right there. And their team
No, I think even with it cooling off, it's still going to come down to handling because they're, as Marty was saying on the one report, that they're already complaining about the cars ill handling way early in the run. So I still think handling's going to be a premium tonight.
You're right on board with Chase Elliott. He's got the Chevy of Carson Hocevar in front of him. And as we talk Chevys, let's give some love to Austin Dillon. This the Napa Know-How onboard camera.
I love this shot down. You can look at kind of the rear tires, that rear diffuser, that carbon fiber piece underneath the rear bumper. You can just see how much the cars move around and how much more speed the bottom of the racetrack has through the middle of the corner.
You see Hocevar slide on the pit line. That's like you just cleared yourself, I'm guessing. There was not a lot of room there.
Well, you take a risk like Byron is right now to run to the bottom of the racetrack. If you can get cleared or somehow get saved by somebody with a little help from behind,
Byron's trying to get there. He's side by side with Blaney. Byron, of course, has a couple wins here. I guarantee you Carson's got a good handling car right now. You can turn your car to the bottom of the racetrack like that and make time through the corner. That's a good handling race car. And back three wide. Byron, Priest, and Larson. Brad gonna jump to the inside. Yeah, we're about halfway through this first stage. Christopher Bell now into the top 10. Oh, well, here comes Brad. You know, Logano's led every lap so far. The defending winner of this race.
Hunt Brothers onboard camera riding with Joey Logano, and he's looking at what's coming from behind. Inside lane, Josh Berry in the
Joey gonna jump up to block Brad.
his old teammate. Joey sees Brad coming. He's going to jump up there in front of the six, get a little help off the nose of that six car, get pushed away, go back down, try to help his teammates. Josh Berry and Blaney. But every time that six starts to close the gap on the back of that 22, he's going to pull back up there. Berry's clear in the second.
21 and 6 are both clear. 21 stayed up. Berry's clear to him. This lapper's supposed to stay bottom here this time.
Over the Hunt Brothers camera. Did you hear the stress in the voice of Coleman Presley talking on the radio? I mean, the spotter stand is a hectic place. I love what I see out of Brad.
Brad can get enough of a run to clear Barry, but he can't get enough of a run to get to Joey. Not yet.
He owns the team. He's going to drive, showing his other two drivers how to get it done on the speedway.
With 9 races to go in a regular season.
Brad wants that race lead, though. He's trying. Zendrick back to the top.
There's a place no map will show you where QR cars turn into full-blown track races.
Right now, this race is in the hands of Joey Logano. Winner here last year and on pole tonight. Led every lap so far. You guys realize this is TNT. They're not gonna, if they do side by side at all, it won't be until like 50 to go.
Creating good paying jobs, the kind that require only a strong work ethic, because we believe in the promise of America and the people who make it great. From local shops in Portland, Maine, to national garages in Portland, Oregon, Napa and our nationwide network of parts and exceptional service are here to keep your business moving at full speed.
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheese steak.
at $34.29. Hurry in, June 27th through July 7th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Like us, you might be suffering from moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea, or OSA. We are the undiagnosed. We've been told we snore at night and gasp for air.
At the rate they're going for it, they're easily going to make end of stage 2/halfway. Doesn't matter. We're going to get the race today, period. We're not going to see any racing tomorrow.
OSA is a chronic condition tied to breathing interruptions and oxygen deprivation during sleep. You're undiagnosed? That was us. Talk to your doctor about OSA. Let's keep being humans.
Go inside the race with Max on the NASCAR driver cam presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
There's a meme. Come back and the race is under yellow.
With real-time driver data, multi-view options, and full team audio. Watch NASCAR driver cam all season long, only on Max. I needed a deep breath. The drivers needed one. Just a hint of a rain shower, so we're under caution just over halfway through the opening stage.
Yeah, it's a lot of drivers that have been talking about the balance of their cars. This is a great chance for them to maybe come in and get some changes made. Let's listen to the 12 audio.
I'm going to crash this thing to pieces. Hey, doing wise. I mean, I'm just all over the place. It doesn't turn into 30 here. It doesn't turn 2 on and 2 on the bottom and 30 here. And I'm wrecking loose. And we can run a second lane. I need way more handling capabilities if I'm going to be any kind of a threat. I can't even race.
Here's Danielle.
Yeah, Adam, I talked to Ryan Blaney's crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, this morning.
I was at every lap to this point.
In this race back in the spring, but we walked away questioning if we had too much speed and handling would be an issue today. You just heard Ryan Blaney and the frustration. Sounds like adjustments when pits open could be on the way for Blaney.
So I'm sorry, Neil. I was just going to say, so it's not just tight or just not loose. What he's saying is I need more capability. So that's not as simple as just an air pressure change. They might have to raise the car up, maybe put a little bit more downforce in it. So we'll see what the 12 does on the pit stops.
Pit road is closed. We'll work in a break, and pit road will be busy when we return.
Then again, I think we all got spoiled by Prime, so now when we get back to the reality of what is television coverage, yeah, we got spoiled. Yeah, but we'll see how accurate that is, too. I mean, sometimes those things aren't as accurate as they probably should be. No, because I didn't plan on doing it. I may do the playoff predictor one that they have when that comes up again, but half the time I don't do that shit. Because it's online. The online one, Fiverr, is like this. If I was watching the actual television, it would be an actual ad. Because Fox does the same thing with theirs. Fox and NBC have the same breaker in between. Well, Twitch has the option to run ads if I want to, but I don't do that. It's my own personal thing, so. But Twitch does have the option if you get enough viewers where you can run your own ads. Make revenue off them. I personally prefer not to do that myself, so I don't have it set up. We'll see if the counter's accurate, though. I mean, I'm used to it. I'm used to it because I'm used to the I'm used to the like I said, the Fox and NBC coverage having that in between, so. God, I'm shocked Logano's so low in ranking for that.
Really, I had very few, and I think my brackets that I think were automatic, Bill.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tough, especially in this race. A lot of opportunities, though. If there was to be any kind of action in the middle of the race, it was to take out a lot of drivers or a lot of competitors. We're going to see some upsets happen.
This region here coming up next is the gauntlet, and I agree with Parker Klingerman, the upper right, they had all the stacked up drivers in one section. I mean, look at this: Briscoe, last week's winner, Byron, Blaney, Larson, and Reddick. I mean, look at this path for any of these drivers to make it. You're going to have to continue to knock off some big names.
Down at the lower right, several good matchups here. Cal and Allmendinger, and both of those guys had pretty good average finishes at Atlanta. So, I mean, none of these are real easy toss-ups.
I didn't have the heart to tell you when you said you had Busher picked that I have Gilliland beat them here. So, man, sorry, we deviate week one, round one, bracket one.
It gets busted. Oh, yeah. And the races earlier crazy here, and then we go to two events on the road. Here's Marty Snyder.
Adam, he may be the number 2 seed, but Steve mentioned it. Chase Briscoe started 10th, and he wound up, I mean, way back as the last car on the lead lap in 39th. What's going on to lose 29 spots? Listen.
All over the left rear. I'm like sideways all the way around the track. Left rear completely out of the track. Like can't turn the wheel sideways. Chases up.
I know you're fighting in there, but do you think you could use more throttle, get some more speed to help load it up?
It makes it worse the harder I drive and the higher I run.
Boy, I tell you what, Steve, what does James Small do? Because Chase Briscoe, he said, James, it's so bad it feels like the right rear totally is broken on our car. And Junior, a loose condition like that in the draft, boy, that cannot be fun.
Well, the only thing I will say is the way these cars
Oh,
they sit on these
that camera's soaked.
on the back. So even something that sounds impossible to drive can be a small adjustment away from a huge improvement. You're looking at me like you don't believe that.
My anxiety level is really high because I can hear how bad this car is. And
Well, they got the cars on track, so.
Will they be able to get that accomplished?
I picked my tone real well, Adam, and I was like, listen, it's going to be okay. Trust me.
Sometimes you got to sell blue sky as a crew chief. Unfortunately, right now, we've got rain, so pit road remains closed. We're coming back. It's NASCAR on TNT.
There's a place no map will show you. A secret spot. A high-performance hideout for cars that crave chaos. New brakes? Check. Roll cage? Check. A spoiler so big it doubles as a picnic table? Oh,
Can't drink my way for these pit stops.
like fun? It is. You win?
When it comes to your wireless plan, don't settle for less. Get more with a free 5G phone and real unlimited data from Straight Talk. More ways to connect. I love you. More reasons to share. And when you spend less with Straight Talk, you can get more moments to yourself by getting something for them. Switch to Straight Talk and get a free 5G phone on us, on America's most reliable 5G network. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com.
At Napa, we're the pros pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us, with every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California, to oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission: to keep businesses big, small, and everything in between moving full speed ahead.
Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and transform your space with color. Get 50% off paints and stains. Sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in, June 27th through July 7th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Problem with doing that, John, is if you take the cars off the track, you run the risk of there being more moisture put on the track. Keep the cars on the track, you keep the heat in the track, and not saying you're to keep the rain off it, but at least it keeps it more of an opportunity to keep the track drier, so that we don't lose the track. If we lose the track, then yes, then they got to bring the cars down pit road to cover them, and then you're sitting. Yes and no, Port. There is some reality based in DW's theory.
It started as a mist, then a sprinkle. I'm not going to go all the way in and say it's a full-on rain shower, but enough precipitation to ask.
Yeah, now they moved him to pit road.
And they're going to do some work to the track to make sure it's where it needs to be. So all of this happening as we're just over the halfway point, stage one. Joey Logano starts on the pole, and he's led the first 43 laps in this race.
I'd keep the drivers close because I think that it ain't going to be long before we get going again. I want to talk to Joey Logano if I can. Been talking about his balance on his race car, and I want to hear straight from him, see if we can get him up on this radio.
Yeah, the jet driver's working at the top of the track.
You got me?
Gotcha, what's happening?
Man, I have been hearing some rumors that your car is not comfortable and you're leading the race with clean air. Is that true?
It can always be better. You know how that goes. But yeah, I mean, I feel like it's got speed. There's no doubt about that. The Auto Trader Mustang's fast up front here. Just trying to control the race where I can and keep that clean air.
Well, there's been a lot of people complaining more than normal, and we know this racetrack was going to change and evolve over the years, and we're 7 races in on the new configuration, and there's a lot of people struggling in the back of the pack. So, kind of wondered. I know you've not been in traffic, but have you noticed a change in the racetrack from the last time we were here?
Well, it makes me feel better to hear that. You never know when you're out here what everyone else is feeling and what they're doing, but yeah, I mean it's hot out too.
Wow.
You know, obviously the sun goes down and just a little rain shower that's passing through.
That's a stat.
Cool it off some as well, so I expect the race to kind of evolve.
I think Rusty actually has the most with Team Penske.
Well, it's a great opportunity while you're sitting there to show me them gloves, and I'll be able to tell everybody.
I mean, Joey's just the second driver to make 450.
The foundation is auctioning these off. Joey's going to sign those. There's 70 pairs that the drivers have worn this weekend, and I'll sign them as well, and we'll raise some money for the Nationwide Children's Hospital. Thank you, Joey.
I feel like Vanna White here.
There you go. Joey Vanna White Logano.
We got a pair up here. This is cool, and I love this that the other day you decided to take your gloves from when you were a crew chief last weekend at Pocono.
Y'all talked me into this.
I know we did. We just
kind of decided it. You just got made me feel obligated.
Live on the air. Here's a novel idea.
Right, go ahead, say no.
That's right.
I dare you, say no. So I've worked with Nationwide for a long time and still work with them and the Nationwide Children's Hospital. And with my wife Amy have a fund that supports a lot of things in terms
2013.
of deal with brain injuries and other things that a lot of kids have to go there and get treatment for. And
12 years.
Gloves program for many years now. The drivers that can do it will. Some are limited on how much they can participate. And so, but we appreciate the ones that do. And you can go to the Dale Jr. Foundation online and find a way to be able to bid on the gloves that will be available. And as I said, all the drivers will sign them. The gloves that I'm going to put into the pot are the ones that I used during the pit stops at Pocono when I was the crew chief for Connor Zillich.
I think it's the most nerve-wracking pair of gloves he ever wore.
The fingers are probably no longer in on that. The stress. Hey, if Logano's Vanna White, what does that make me? Let's not go there.
Come on, man. We said we were going to be nice to each other.
Okay, that's good.
Looking at this radar and a little bit of rain that did come through here is moved south.
Yeah, they didn't even put the cover. They didn't even put the covers on the cars. So.
You see right there. So that's kind of what this picture has looked like since we started the pre-race. So don't be alarmed. It's kind of just sat on the side of us over here, and we had that little bit come through. But hopefully it won't be long before they have this track ready to go.
And you know, Joey was half joking, half not, to say, man, I'm glad to hear everybody's having a bad time, because I think, you know, sometimes it's easy to forget that these drivers, their only, their only idea of what they should have is what they feel in their car and they see out their window. So for Joey, he hasn't seen anybody, right? He's led every lap. He knows his car. He probably has this mental understanding what his car should drive like by itself, and it doesn't sound like it's
Junior still won a handful of cup races too. I mean,
if you think it drives bad here, go back
what was it, 26? What's his career win total?
Another driver on the radio here. We'll ask Josh Berry if he can hear us. Hey, Josh Berry, it's the guys in the TNT booth. You got me?
I don't know. They haven't said.
All right. Well, we talked to Joe Logano. He's out front in clean air. He doesn't love his car, but says
You
it's
see,
not too bad. There's a ton of
I don't understand that. People ask, how long is the delay to be? I don't know. I can't dial up NASCAR officials and say, how long is the delay going to be? I don't know. Till Mother Nature decides it's done and they can drive the track. Or drive the area of the track that's giving them difficulty.
trying to control the race and stay toward the front is absolutely the best way to do it.
I can only judge based off of what I see, but then not putting the covers on the cars, that's kind of a good sign. That means that they don't expect to be sitting very long. Well, in that case, I'll make the same argument for Chase Elliott then. Why I oughta.
Thanks, Adam. Here with William Byron's crew chief for Hendrick Motorsports in the 2014 Rudy Fugle. Rudy, you're
But literally, you can make that same argument for anybody that has followed their parents' footsteps into whatever career they're doing. If you're going to make that argument.
nothing worse than rain at the racetrack, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were so close to kind of skirting that storm, and I thought we were going to be good. And then so just hopefully this is quick. We can get it done and keep racing tonight. It's cooled off. It's a nice night for a race. Might as well get it done.
A lot of drivers are unhappy with their race cars right now. Rudy, when we go back racing, how does this change track conditions, and how does your driver feel right now?
Yeah, we weren't as good as we want to be either. We have a lot of improvement to make. We were on the tight side, which is why I think he can be aggressive, which is nice. So we'll try to get freed up. I think it'll tighten up a little bit as it goes, and the cycle will be tighter depending on how many people pit here. So we'll just keep fighting it all night long.
Made up a lot of track position. 13 spots here on this opening run. Let's send it over to Alan Cabana.
Big thing is that it's not necessarily name that gets people into racing. It's racing is a money game. You have to have money to get the equipment necessary to be competitive in racing. That's, I think, the bigger thing that needs to be noted is it takes money to run in this sport competitively, more so than a name. Name can only get you so far. You still have to put the effort into. You still have to put the effort into. Put the effort in and put the work in to get anywhere. The track doesn't even look that bad either, so.
When it comes to your wireless plan, Don't settle for less. Get more with a free 5G phone and real unlimited data from Straight Talk. More ways to connect.
Well, not necessarily win. I'm not saying they necessarily have to win. I think it's just more that you have to get the results.
By getting something for them.
If you don't show results, then it doesn't matter what your last name is.
On America's most reliable 5G network. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and transform your space with color. Get 30%
I wouldn't necessarily say that, Bumble, but they have the funds necessary to be able to get the competitive equipment, whether it be through sponsorship or having the funds or being able to get the funds. Some drivers have like long-time connections with certain companies that
Well, Valspar has everything we need to make our place look great. Now.
And into the future?
it helps them get the funds, you know.
Let's do the bathroom next. Everything you need to keep your place looking new. Valspar.
Like us, you might be suffering from moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea, or OSA. We are the undiagnosed. We've been told we snore at night and gasp for air. Daytime sleepiness is
Right, and a little bit of a holding pattern. Weather.
We are humans. Being. OSA is a chronic condition tied to breathing interruptions and oxygen deprivation during sleep. You're undiagnosed? That was us. Talk to your doctor about OSA. Let's keep being humans.
NASCAR Cup Series racing at what was Atlanta Motor Speedway, now Echo Park Speedway. They've made so many changes to this place. The new naming rights, boy, it just looks fantastic.
Yeah, they did a good job. Put a nice fresh coat of paint metaphorically on this racetrack. And pretty exciting to come here and see the place look so good.
Well, it just matches what everybody's talked about, right? This reconfiguration has just completely.
It doesn't matter. I'm still gonna call.
So now we got the reconfiguration.
I'm still gonna call it Atlanta.
And it has this new branding. It's just everything seems to be.
Same way that I still call Gateway Gateway.
Great racetrack just off Atlanta. One guy that said at the top of the show that he was excited about the internet.
Charlotte, California.
This racetrack and reconfiguration was Chase Elliott. Let's try to talk to him. Hey Chase, it's the guys at the TNT booth. You got me? Chase Elliott, guys in the TNT booth. You got me?
Yes, sir. You got me?
Yeah, I do. Man, we've been listening to a lot of drivers, and there's some that aren't very happy with the race cars. You look pretty good. All the Hendrick cars are kind of driving up the back bumper, them Fords up front. How's it driving?
Well, I'm not sure who you're listening to, but you must not be listening to me. I feel like we've been struggling. Yeah.
Do you not know of the Gateway Arch in St. Louis? I mean, hell, the nickname for St. Louis is the Gateway to the West.
Yeah, decide how much of that the track or how much of that we need to fix. But I'm definitely in the boat with the guys that are hanging on right now.
Well, it's it's an early night, but as this track changes and cools off, maybe the grip goes up. How much of a swing do you guys
Well,
take?
drivers haven't even gotten out of the cars, so.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're debating, right? It's like I said, we've seen this trend before where that first run's always just kind of just really sketchy. We've seen guys have some big wrecks in that first run, and then everyone complains about it, and you get a couple more runs into the race, and it's like all your problems kind of go away. I feel like it's a little worse today than it has been the last couple times we've been here. here, so we're just trying to decide, to your point, how much you try to fix or how much the track's going to fix for you, because you don't want to get too far up the road and have to come back the other way later on. So, yeah, we'll see. Fun stuff.
Man, it's fun watching. Y'all make it pretty exciting up here in the booth.
True.
Good luck, and we'll be watching.
That is true.
It's been wild so far, so y'all have fun, enjoy.
Fun stuff with a hint of sarcasm from NASCAR's most popular driver.
There's Alan Gustafson, his crew chief, and you know, I think that's the debate. You can see the wheels turning. Alan's been on the pit box just so much in his life. He's a champ. He's won so many races, right? You talk about 39 wins, 729 starts. He knows.
If Hamill's in here, I'd make a reference here. I'm sure there might be other people that get it. Alan Gustafson reminds me of Miles Teller, and vice versa. Don't ask me why, but there's just something when I see a shot of Alan, the first thing I think of is, oh, hey, Miles Teller.
Chase isn't happy, but he also has accepted that Alan might not turn every knob on this thing. He might just say, man, you just have to be patient and let the track come to us as it cools.
And Alan saw what I saw. That car drove up into the top 10 and looked relatively sporty, right? So Alan's kind of wondering how much he doesn't want to dial that stuff out of the car.
And we're talking Alan Gustafson here. You hear from Alan Cavani's downstairs with a toucan.
Yeah, and Brian Wilson, his crew chief, the crew chief for Austin Cindric, up 2 spots early in this race. Early on, playing out, we had the heat, we had the weather. How is it with the car right now?
Yeah, I mean, overall, it seems like the track temp is lower than what we expected throughout the week, so our handling's not bad. It's a little bit.
I've got 2. I've got my computer monitor, which is what I'm looking at. That's what I got the full coverage on. And then I'm basically using my television, which is right above the computer screen. That's why if you watch my eyes, I'll sometimes look up. That's where I have the stream pulled up so I can read the chat. But just the 2 screens. The computer's on my desk and the television just above it, so.
One thing to be fast is never to push and stay out there. How difficult is that, and what adjustments do you need right now?
Yeah, I think, right now the biggest thing is probably just a little bit of stability, but, it's interesting. You're up there, you're racing with teammates. It's a proud moment to have all the Penske cars fast right now, so, we want to make sure that a Penske car wins, especially getting close to the end of this stage. But if we have an opportunity, we're going to go for it.
Cindric so good at this time.
Yeah, all 3 Penske cars have won this year, so.
Earlier in the spring, see what we do tonight.
Yeah, and he was taken out. He was right there at the front inside of 10 laps to go, and so he was pacing it just right, and unfortunately didn't work out for him. Cindric right now scored 2nd behind teammate Joey Logano. Continuing to
Well, yeah, the 31's
Drivers still in the cars, and hopefully we return to the green flag before too much time. It's NASCAR on TNT on a Saturday night.
I still have my Xbox One. It's next to me here on the desk. But yeah, I find myself more on PC more than I am console, so.
This guy, 3 teams, 4 legends, all going after 1 cup. Now you're up to speed. Me?
Our nation is standing up for American workers, restoring the pride of making products here at home. That's what we do.
It's on to the red, yep.
We're America's beverage companies.
The thing is, I don't know if it's actually raining at the track. The track looks relatively dry. They're drying the cars off, but I wiping the cars down with rags, but I'm not seeing any rain, so I think at this point it's just making sure it's dry enough for them to continue, so.
Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and transform your space with color. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in June 27th through July 7th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Hey, brushing besties. Yet another toothpaste that does not wipe. Girl, this one works. Dr. Torres? Guys, you need to try Crest 3D White Deep Stain Remover.
Basic toothpaste stops at the top. Crest goes deeper to dissolve the bonds that hold stains to teeth, lifting them away. For whiter teeth in one day.
Sense. Crest.
the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meat.
See, I don't mind Arby's. My big complaint about Arby's was it was always like the more expensive.
This is a can of Valspar Ultra.
I still like the little gag short that I saw, which is somebody had a squeaky shed door. So he took the Old Spice deodorant, put it on the hinges, and as he closed the door, it makes the Old Spice sound. I always loved that one. There we go, now we're rolling. Maybe 20 minutes or so? Yeah, 14 minutes, okay.
Yeah, it's a little messy. The 20 of Christopher Bell wouldn't fire on its own. No harm, no foul. If NASCAR stops you for a red flag, they give you a chance to get pushed off and fired off. Now it's just messy. We're going to get the 20 in line before we can open pit road. Hoping they can get it done right here. See Bell doing his best to find his slot. Just because I want to get back racing. I mean, those first 45 laps were kind of nail-biting. I think if the track cools, the racing's only going to get more captivating. Because the drivers, as Chase were talking about, I think the cars will get blocked.
Got to get Bell back in line here.
Well, just as he gets his pit stall spot on the track back, an impressive run already in that first run. He is up more than 20 positions. Obviously, the winner here in the second. That'd be impressive under any condition what he's doing already tonight, but more impressive.
But anytime you got moisture, electrical components, and everything else.
They started this week. They haven't had any practice, remember, to really practice or hone their skills. So the first runs they've had together are the first 44 laps of this race. He reported he likes what he hears on the radio. They like what they're doing. The communication between those two, everything going well.
Yeah, I was meaning to ask. One of my guys was planning on seeing that, but honestly, I don't have any interest. Personally. I mean, it looks fairly decent, but I liked it when it was called Driven. But I'm just saying. Are we opening this time, or are we waiting? And they were waiting a lap. At least a lap. Yeah.
Chemistry is key, especially in a race like this.
Yep.
And speaking of that chemistry, it's about when to talk and what to say in the pack. But I was talking to them, they had a 45-minute meeting, and a lot of their talk, guys, was about when not to talk. Tab Boy didn't want to jump on the communication between crew chief Adam Stevens and driver Christopher Bell. So that's what he wanted to know. When the caution comes out, when do I need to stop talking so you two can communicate? It was just interesting to hear, when shouldn't I be talking rather than when should I be?
Yeah, we've done that, Dale. Talking on the radio and drive by pit road entry when it's different, right? When it's on the backstretch or Bristol, it's off turn 3, it's kind of easy. I see the green light on pit road entry, so I think we're going to have a busy pit road here. Everybody looking for fuel, probably tires. Danielle.
Yeah, Stevie, you see Denny Hamlin. He's still in 33rd position where he started this race. And I go back to the playoff race last year at Atlanta, where that was his strategy, which kind of backfired and bit him a little bit. I just checked in with the team and said, is Denny riding in the back on purpose? And they said no. We feel like with 3 wins on the season, we're in a position to be aggressive. The reason we haven't gained track position is because Denny keeps trying to make passes on the bottom, but he's too
Yeah, but a couple staying out though. Legato, Cindric, Barry, Brad, Byron, Josefar, Larson, Dylan, McDowell, and 2 others. Priest looks like it's the first that's actually hitting pit road.
maybe a little bit more room to work. Here's Allen.
Damn, down away for Priest. Probably gas only for Priest.
Changes reaching in, so if you see right here in the middle of your screen,
Let me make an adjustment.
a big balance shift on these cars are front heights. You raise and lower the front of the car. The higher the car in the front, usually the more secure the back is. The lower the car, yeah, he's going to also adjust on the left front.
Yeah, but
Changes the aero balance dramatically. Your car, James Small, last week's winner, said let's adjust it, let's work on it.
yeah, but if your car's not handling, you're coming for 4 tires. I'm more shocked that you had more cars not take 4 tires here because
Watch this. Bell kicks it out. Bubba Wallace has to go into the grass to avoid him.
And that looks harmless, but in the back of these cars are some vertical panels that are very important for aerodynamics. You know, you hit a little pothole or a hole in the grass, so.
And watching all these drivers that come off pit road going to be interesting when we return to green, because you would anticipate the drivers that stay out here are going to pit at the end of the stage, and a lot of these drivers that just made a pit stop will be racing for control of the race when we go green in that second stage, Dick.
Here's a good look at the choose the driver's approach.
lap 130 is halfway, so
Real test of is handling an issue. And the reason I say that are there are 6 cars that are on the racetrack with old tires. Now everyone behind them is on fresher tires. So the question is, if handling is really a magical key to unlock tonight's success, those fresh tires should kind of dominate. They should be able to push around those old tires in these last 12 or 13.
exactly, Steve. But it also depends on the car that's on older tires. The older car, if the car that's on older tires is handling better than a car on new tires, then it doesn't matter whether that car is on fresh tires. Fresh tires can make a bad car look better than it is. But it's like a band-aid. It's not gonna help the overall issue if that car is not handling. Let's see, be 12 to go on the stage.
And the field will come to the restart zone, presented by Echo Park Automotive. Logano Cindric front row.
Good push by Brad to Cindric. Joey's got a challenge. Might give the edge to the outside lane here. Could see our first lead change. Austin hold it at the line. He does. First lead change of the day. Austin Cindric to the point. Still side by side for the lead with 10 to go on the stage. So far, I think the first one on 4 tires is Bubba Wallace. Ryan's just behind him. And Bubba is the highest running right now that stopped. They're trying to. Him and Blaney behind him are the first 2 on tires, and then Priest behind Blaney. Just how good those fresh tires could do to those cars, and see if they can take advantage of these cars on older tires that might not be handling as good. Still side by side. No advantage inside or outside at the moment. Ooh, Bubba tried to look to the outside of Larson. And I see Stenhouse, Bell, who are also on tires. So now it's Stenhouse that's the highest running of those. One of those three cars, Blaney, Bush, or Elliott, got the wall off too. I'm not sure who. They had them all in the shot. One of them rubbed the wall off too. I'm not sure which one. They came in late on the shot. Oh, oh, Savar. Stenhouse to the outside. First one on tires. Meanwhile, Cindric with the lead. Byron 3 wide. Oh, they're going to split Logano here. Hocevar and Keselowski. 4 to go at the stage. Cindric out front. Now look at Stenhouse going them tires. Hit him and Bell. Brad wants the lead. Oh, and there goes Bell! Larson! Oh! Bubba! Oh, Blaney's in it. Dylan. Bell and Larson. I don't know how much damage Larson has, but Bell and Blaney definitely more tore her up. Dylan's got damage. Yeah, I was worried as soon as I seen what scheme he was running, but I was hoping we could break the curse, but evidently that didn't change. And he got clipped too. He got clipped by Larson. Or no, it might have been Bell. I think it was Bell that got him. I think Bell just lose. Yeah, he just lost it on his own. Dylan gets Larson. No, it was Dylan. It was Dylan into Blaney. Yeah. Larson definitely hit. No, he rubbed against Dylan. Yeah, he might have gotten away with one there. He just drove it in, and here comes the back end of it. It looks like Austin Cindric's going to win the stage. So in terms of the prediction, looks like it'd be Austin Cindric. Then he get the better of his two teammates.
That's the one thing I do love about the next-gen car in these type of situations when we have pack racing. The braking performance of this car allows a lot of these drivers in the back of the field to avoid being caught up in these wrecks. In the older cars, you wouldn't be able to slow down.
Wow, Larson did a heck of a job to not run over the 16.
Pretty regularly, and this usually would take out half the field. But now with the braking performance we have, it gives these guys a chance.
Look at the 9 right there to the left of Bubba Wallace on that replay, just sneaking through.
Kyle Busch.
A lot of drivers did some good work. But that damage right there to the 23 is going to be tough.
I don't know. They were the ones that pitted. One of the ones that pitted. So I think the way this track is a handling track, he slid it in there, slid up a little bit, and the back end just came around on him. Austin Cindric, and it was actually even for the prediction, 4-4-4. After Joey Logano basically led the good chunk of this first stage, it's actually his teammate that takes it.
Meet Tyler Reddick. Crushed it in Xfinity Series and now he's here. Basically the Cinderella story if Cinderella drove 200 miles per hour. Then there's John Hunter and Nemechek. New kid on the block. All gas, no brakes. Oh, and Denny Hamilton. Ever heard of Daytona?
I think I might have found something new that I want to do. That last stage made me think, let me try this for the stages. Well, it is. It's basically Daytona before the repave. Well, Daytona before it got repaved.
America's beverage companies, making American products with American workers in America's hometowns, delivering brands that have been enjoyed for generations, creating good-paying jobs, the kind that require only a strong work ethic.
A lot of it with Blaney is just wrong spot, wrong time. In this case, he got clipped by Dillon. No fault of his own doing. He just got clipped by Dillon when Dillon spun down the track. Sucks. Now it sucks, but at the same time, I'd rather get the bad luck out of the way now and not have it in the playoffs, you know? Rather have it happen now than in the playoffs. We'd like to make the championship round for the 3rd year in a row, you know?
This is a can of Valspar Ultra for $29.98. It's also inspiration to find a little less inspiration. Valspar. Affordable, durable. Available at Lowe's.
But by the same token, it's also what makes me apprehensive that we're going to see a green flag finish to the stage 2 and the final stage. Because that was just for the finish of stage 1, and, you know, it was all crazy they got, so.
Star Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Burger King and BK. Have it your way. You rule. And by Progressive. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com. Stage 1 is complete here at Echo Park Speedway. Had a rain shower that brought out our first caution and a crash inside of 5 laps to go stage 1 that brings out caution number 2. Austin Cindric wins the opening stage. And people people playing along at home. Got the DraftKings Sportsbook reminder here. So much on the line with race number 1 of the in-season challenge.
Yeah, DraftKings has done a great job. They have put odds up for who could win the whole challenge. They also put odds up for all the head-to-head matchups. So if you're kind of new to it, you say, hey, I just, I want to pick my guy just against his guy in the bracket. You can also wager on that. A lot of options. Not a lot of options for the leaders, right? They stayed out for the stage points. It was a decision, a strategic decision. I didn't hate it, but I called the fuel tax. You kicked it down the road. You deferred your taxes. Well, it's time to pay. So most of the top 10 are going to have to come down pit road. And even if others come behind them, Adam, they're just not going to be in the stall very long. They only need a little splash of gas. So all of those guys like Cindric, Keselowski, Logano, when you talk to Logano and he said, my car drives okay. We told him about everybody that drove bad in the back. Well, he's going to get an experience what it's like to be in the back after this cycle pit stops.
Ironically, some of those drivers that were the best off pit road in that last cycle that you think would be in position here to gain some track position were involved in the crash, and now they got to repair their cars.
So that's the risk, because you just know the way this race works. You're not going to stay the leader all day. At some point, you have to cycle your driver towards the back. And that's when, as a crew chief, your stomach just goes in knots, right? It's hey man, I'm sorry, we needed fuel. Hope is never a great plan, and sometimes that's the only thing you can do is just hope. We had one car turn left. Pit road's still closed, so
yeah, that's Bubba Wallace come down and work on the nose of that car. The 3 of Austin Dillon's also been on pit road with a few others to try to get a bit of a head start on repairing some of the damage suffered in that crash.
But I don't know for the 23. This is where this track is going to be awkward. Like Talladega, I would say that damage actually wouldn't hurt him if he could stay in line. Yeah. But here, not as much speed, but if they hurt the downforce, like we talk about handling, have we hurt the handling on the 23?
Yeah, I think he's still got a shot at having a great competitive Outside the care center with Ryan Blaney, he's been checked and released. Seems like the story of the year. Fast car and early end to a race. What happened out there? We'll show you the replay, but what'd you see?
I couldn't see much. Just they kind of started spinning and coming down and trying to get to the apron. By the time I got there, it kind of got blocked. But yeah, just thanks, man. Like I said, story of our year. Just getting caught up in other people's garbage, and I can't. Just when I feel like we get it going pretty good and find some momentum, we never really seem to have things go our way. But really appreciate Advanced Auto Parts for bringing us a fast car, and trying to flip the stage. Just was right in the middle of it. So yeah, just thanks, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. So re-rack and go at it at Chicago next week.
Ford's at such speed. How was your car?
Yeah, it was okay. I definitely thought we could improve it a little bit more in dirty air and stuff. I feel like I kind of lose a little bit of handling in dirty air, but I was at least excited to work through it during the night, and not going to get a chance.
Tough end for Ryan Blaney, his 6th DNF of the season.
Glad he won at Nashville to lock himself into the playoffs, because as Alan said, 6 DNFs, they've had so much bad luck.
So you see the top 10 needing fuel, but more coming. So there is going to be a split decision. And for the bracket followers right there, 5th car in line, 77 of Hocevar, with Ryan Blaney wrecked out, the way the scoring works, 77's going to advance. So just like that, Hocevar on to round 2.
Looks like Chase Ellis going to stay on the racetrack, having come right before the end of the stage, as well as Chris Buescher.
I got a few guys.
A couple going to stay out here.
The race, those drivers that dominated stage 1. When you look at laps led, going to get their service here, led by Cindric. Byron in, so is Keselowski, Alan.
Yeah, a lot of talk on the radio about strategy, how long teams want to stay for fuel. Brad Keselowski says he's just a little loose out there, so they're going to make an adjustment for the 6th car of Brad Keselowski. Austin Cindric said he loved that clean air, got to stage 1, but thinks it's masking some of his issues. He wants to be able to charge into the corner better. They're making an adjustment, Marty Snyder.
Alan, the middle left part of your screen, Joey Logano led all but 9 laps in stage 1, but man, his car was not handling well. He was chasing the back end the entire time, but he said everyone looks out of control to me. A host of cars stay out at him, but those who left their road, Shane Van Gisbergen wins the race.
And some of those that made pit stops here were the ones that were on earlier, and as you talked about, just need a little less fuel.
You saw the 19, still big adjustments for Chase Briscoe, but don't count them out. Sun will set. Keep cranking on that thing. Still got 196 to
go. Kind of like the bracket. When you're racing in the draft, just survive and advance. Survive and advance.
So, you like NASCAR but don't know who to root for? Here's some Toyota legends you can get behind. Meet Tyler Reddick. Crushed it in Xfinity Series and now he's here. Basically the Cinderella story if Cinderella drove 200 miles per hour. Then there's John Hunter Nemechek. New kid on the block. All gas, no brakes. Oh, and Denny Hamlin. Ever heard of Daytona? He's won it 3 times. No big deal. We have a lot of drivers. All legends. You pick. You in?
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us, with every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California,
Brake pads.
to oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission: to keep businesses big, small, and everything in between moving full speed ahead.
This is a can of Valspar Ultra for $29.98. It's also inspiration to find a little less inspiration. Valspar. Affordable, durable. Available at Lowe's.
Like us, you might be suffering from moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea, or OSA. We are the undiagnosed. We've been told we snore at night and gasp for air. Daytime sleepiness is a drag, but we still have people who count on us. And we're more than just human beings. We are humans. Being. OSA is a chronic condition tied to breathing interruptions and oxygen deprivation during sleep. You're undiagnosed? That was us. Talk to your doctor about OSA. Let's keep being humans. Being.
Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and transform your space with color. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in June 27th through July 7th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying order.
Getting ready for stage 2. Time now for our NASCAR in-season challenge. Sportsbook. Let's go to Larry McReynolds, Jeff Burton, the alt-cast over on True TV. What's up, fellas?
Hey guys, what's going on? It's been a crazy race. I'm going to tell you what's going on here is that I had Christopher Bell winning the whole thing and he just crashed. So I am not very happy with that.
Well, I actually had Carson Hocevar advanced after this round. A lot of people looked at me like I had 2 heads. Carson Hocevar qualified 30th, Ryan Blaney qualified 3rd, but I don't think I've seen anybody cut through traffic like Carson Hocevar did. From the drop of the green flag, he had cracked the top 10. Ryan Blaney pits, gets back in traffic, and now he's out of the race, and Hocevar will advance.
Yeah, the other matchup I've been watching pretty closely is Busch and Keselowski. Keselowski has shown he wants to be aggressive. He wants to be at the front, so I think he'll continue to do that. Is Busch just kind of riding around, kind of biding his time? I think he is. He'll find his way to the front, but as we just saw with that last wreck, guys, anything can happen, and when it does, your bracket can be busted, and I can attest to that.
Burton's bracket busted.
Oh, yeah.
It does happen, and we feel your pain. This relief lap sponsored by National Debt Relief. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief gets you back on track. David Starr gets his lap back here at Echo Park Speedway.
If I'm admitting it, well, there's the choose. Just going to the bottom, have a mix. I also had both Bell and Blaney advancing, so I had problems.
I think what'll be interesting now about this particular stage of the race is all of the cars that we saw at the front of the field, Logano, Keselowski, Cindric, Byron, Hocevar, they're all now outside the top 15. Which of those cars, if not all of them, can drive through this field? Can they get back toward the front, try to get back control of this race? We also have some drivers that were at the back that are now at the front. Hamlin is going to be up in the top 10 now. Can they maintain and keep that track position that is so valuable in this race?
And with this stage being 100 laps, a pit stop will be required. You cannot run. So we haven't seen we've only seen one really cycle of green flag pit stops here. There's the road or just entry. We'll get into that, but just keep in mind there's going to be a lot of positioning on the racetrack, a lot of strategy behind the wheel, trying to not use fuel if you can. These drivers are going to be tasked with multitasking during this
All right.
race.
Start of stage 2.
A couple guys from Front Row Motorsports up inside the top 10. Zane Smith, Todd Gilliland. Smith was great early and then faded, but he's regained some track position here.
Again, orders flipped because we had a couple pit prior to the stage and they elected to stay out here, so.
Here they are in the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Stage 2 underway.
Not a very uniform start. The 9-car Chase Elliott well clear off into turn 1. And the outside organized.
But the outside does. The good runs generated by that outside. They're going to be 3 wide. Oh, there they go. Hamlin's around. Big one. That's everybody. Bush, Cindric, Barry. I saw Byron in it. Priest. Larson's got a piece of it. Logano. I mean, it's everybody. They went 3 wide, and I think it was SVG got forced down below the white line on the backstretch, but I'm not sure who forced him down there. It might have been Zane. Yeah, it was Zane. Because it starts with the 38 and the 88. No, and then that was the white car. Somebody got in the back of Hamlin. I did not. I could see it was a white car. Chastain against the outside wall there. I'm see if I can see whose car that is. Gillen got in the back of. Gillen was the one that got in the back of Hamlin. Looked like what it was is Nemechek checked up, and yeah, they all checked up down the back.
But you absolutely were dead on. It was the outside lane where the wreck kind of started. Right? The 88 kind of catches your attention with the block at the bottom, but the wreck is.
So yeah, it was actually a big checkup on the outside.
Look in the middle, like the 34, the 11, those 2 cars on the outside, that bright orange 11. They're going to catch this.
So the run comes. Watching the outside, here comes the run. Yep. Chase comes up, they all start checking up, and Nemechek caught the wall. Gillen gets into the back of Hamlin, and there they go.
Nemechek did a good job to hang on to it here. I mean, bounces off the wall, and I thought for sure he would go around third outside lane, but he's able to hang on to it.
That was a run that was coming. Chase moved over to pick up that run. And as they checked up, Nemechek gets into the wall after he gets clipped, and Gillen into the back of Hamlin, and it's on from there. That's super speedway racing. I mean, that's super speed. That's exactly the best way a super speedway wreck happens. The run comes so much that somebody tries to make a block, it checks up. And as it checks up, that accordion eventually squeezes together, and yep. Both Trackhouse cars were in that too, the 99 and the 1. 2 of their cars were in that. Yeah, Connor might have gotten a piece of it at the bottom. I know he was trying to avoid it at the bottom. I saw him and Larson down there. Both RFK cars, or 2 of the RFK cars, the 60 and the 6 were in that. Ooh, did Bubba get wound up in time? But hey. Bubba got through it. Poor Denny. Denny almost got SVG. Kyle got clipped there at the end by Barry. Kind of reminds me a lot of the big one from the Summer Daytona race in 2010. Oh yeah, Joey's car's done. That car's done. Oh, Flores took a shot. Carson get through this, or nope? He got a piece of it. Briscoe, Nose got a piece of it. More than I'd say it's more than half the field. Yeah, Jimmy's exactly right. I think we took a lot of the heavy hitters have damage. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of them have damage now. So, yeah, we literally just had the big one, Hamill. A checkup on the little accordion on the outside lane going into 3 triggered that whole thing.
Had some rain earlier that produced our first red flag that lasted just over 14 minutes. And this early crash in stage 2 has got the red flag out. Again, 23 cars involved here, Steve.
And I think the real key is you instantly spin it forward and say, but look who wasn't. Elliott, Busher, Gibbs, Zane Smith. I mean, this is a list. Haley, Nemechek, Gilliland. I mean, this could be the night.
Not yet. But I can list off a few of them, Hamill, and one of them is your boy. The Logano, Bush, Kozlowski, Priest, Cindric. I mean, at this point, it's easier to list who wasn't in it. I was going to say your primary guy.
What keeps them all coming back? I couldn't say.
There's a place no map will show you where GR cars turn into full-blown track beasts. Every apex
Again, it reminds me a lot of the Summer Daytona race in 2015 or 2010 had that same similar wreck where you had the little incident ahead of it that grabbed everybody's attention, and then they wrecked basically checking up for it. 54 is good right now. Not sure about Jones. Keselowski's got a piece of it. I don't know how much damage he has, but he got involved. I don't know about Jones. The only one I can say for sure that made it through at Shadow was Gibbs. Gibbs is okay.
Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meat.
What you working on?
A time machine so we can go back to when our house was new?
Well, Valspar has everything we need to make our place look great now.
I don't think so, Hamill. I'm not sure on Stenhouse. Corey, I know for sure wasn't. But I'm not sure about Stenhouse. I think Stenhouse made it through. I think he's fine.
Let's do the bathroom next. Everything you need to keep your place looking new.
But man, talk about how much this race has changed. 2 incidents have just flipped this entire race upside down on its head. The first wreck just prior to the end of stage 1, and then this one. So, funny how things can change that quickly. And they might change again, too. You know?
Since we went to the drafting configuration here in Atlanta, we're averaging 9 cautions per race.
There we go.
9 different drivers involved in a crash tonight. Here you see the list.
That's just the first page. That's the first page. There's the other leads. So that's what? 10 on each, so that's 20 cars. Yeah, 23. 23 cars. The 40 that started the race.
This from Jordan Bianchi. I would say that about sums it up for many.
And that's just a list of everybody involved. That doesn't necessarily mean that's, you know, who's got damage and whatnot. That's just everybody that was involved.
Matchup, this guy, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who right now is 17. Here's 47 audio.
Ask you, what happened on that replay? Did you see?
Said it looked like it was a bad push between the 11 and the 42.
Copy. I think people are at home are like, dang, there went my bracket.
Ricky.
Adamant's chaos down here in the garage area. The Austin Cindric's car is on a tow truck. There were about 6 tow trucks lined up just to come in to the garage area. There goes Cindric's car. One interesting point to make, and I want to take us over here. Denny Hamlin's team is going to start work as soon as the red flag is lifted, which obviously...
Good, they just lifted it.
Work has started. But one important point, that last caution, Christopher Bell and his team, they're about 20 minutes deep into their work. There are a lot of parts broken on this 20 car, but they do have a 20-minute head start, and who knows how many cars they can pass after that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, those guys that are involved with the first wreck that are repairing the car like Bell is, you might be able to jump some of these cars that are involved in this most recent one. Those 1 or 2 points.
In that wreck, I know you don't get any shots this year. What happened from your perspective?
Saw a little smoke, and then it was my hood on my windshield. Unfortunately, with our Schluter Mustang, we were getting going, and I felt like the car was driving good. So, right to the point of impact, unfortunately. So, man, we have run so good here in the past. I thought our car was really good too. So, track positions are really important. We had a couple guys flip there that we were racing around, so who knows how the night could have gone. But you know, that's the risk you take by just jamming it in there and being really fun to restart. What happened, I haven't seen the replay yet. It's just unfortunate. Those guys at Rick's, they really work hard to get this second car going. It really disrupts the flow of what those guys do every week, so I really appreciate Rick and everybody, Jerry Kelly and that 01 team for getting this thing back out there. I don't know when I'm going to be doing it again. Hopefully it's here in a couple weeks, but I'll tell you, this is still the best seat in the house. The TV stuff was good, but driving these things at 200 miles an hour is pretty badass.
All right, here we go. Here's the replay again for anybody that hasn't seen it. Watch the top lane. It was a checkup. Hamlin gets into the back of Nemechek. Nemechek gets the wall, and then mayhem.
Get pushed into it and come out of the smoke, and every corner on my Mustang was knocked off of it. So unfortunately, that was the end of our day.
Like I said, I haven't seen one like that since, yeah, the July Atlanta race or the July Daytona race in 2010. But that entire outside stacked up because they had a momentum run. They caught the 9. Chase moved up, obviously, to follow that line, and it just started accordion back. And by the time it accordion back, that was the end result.
A lot of cars on pit road doing small repairs as you see the tire marks from the crash.
Well, we got a lot of cars that are not necessarily out, but they're behind the wall.
To rejoin the racetrack, the 8.
So they're done competitively, but they're not necessarily out of the race. Yeah, look at Ricky all the way down to the grass. And he actually made it through it. On board the 4. Ooh. Nailed by Hamlin.
Patchwork done to the right front of that car. It seemed like that's the only damage that he might have suffered in this accident. He's back out on the racetrack. The 6 of Brad Keselowski has also been to pit road to make repairs. He's back out on the racetrack.
See, that's the thing. It depends on how badly damaged these cars are, too. There's guys with damage that are continuing, but it depends on how bad these cars are, because I mean, we've seen guys be competitive with damaged race cars, but I don't know. We'll see.
It has to run what NASCAR will set is a minimum speed. You get 3 consecutive laps, right? Kind of an up-to-speed lap and a couple laps.
That's Chastain's car.
Find a drafting partner, try to figure it out with a couple damaged cars.
Barry's in the garage as well.
And none of them are fast enough. At that point, you don't get another bite at the apple. You're done. Your day is over. You are forced to retire from the event.
Briscoe inside his car, but that one be getting towed to the garage.
Take those extra 5 or 10 minutes. Make sure your car can do what it needs to do so you can stay in the race.
Carson Hocevar had him working early. Someone we've talked about that could be a bracket buster. His matchup is interesting going head-to-head with Ryan Blaney, but he too caught up in this crash early portion of stage 2.
Zepbound means change. For adults with obesity to help lose weight and keep it off. Zepbound can help adults lose up to 48 pounds.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not positive on how... I don't know how these cars with damage are going to run yet. We'll have to see. The only way we're going to find out is once we get back at speed. Then we'll get a more of a clearer picture of what kind of field we got. I mean, we're not going to know until we get it at speed.
Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Well, not the first time we've seen that. I mean, we saw that at Daytona a couple years ago. We had that the rain wreck.
Zepbound means change. Ask your healthcare provider about Zepbound. Explore savings options today.
No, I don't want to look.
Erica, used car shopping doesn't have to be scary.
I don't want to overpay.
Sure, nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident, but that's nothing to fear.
Show me Carfax.
Knowing how a car's accident history impacts price means you don't have to overpay. You can look now.
I am looking.
Why are you still covering your eyes?
I don't know.
No fear, just Fox. Say show me at Carfax.com. Yeah, you're still covering your eyes.
I'm not.
Look at that hottie. The Takis Fuego meal. Wendy's spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis chips and Fuego fries inspired by Takis. So Takis fans, you're welcome. And new Takis fans, good luck. For an intense new take on Takis, gotta be Wendy's.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, she came out fighting. 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on, 5 different medications. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx can save you a lot of money. Save that extra $200-300 a month. You do the math. The money we're able to save with using GoodRx, we're able to do all these extra activities. She can hit hard, too, for a little skinny thing. So it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our kids.
Got 2 red flags tonight. the second produced when we had this big crash. Just getting going, stage 2, riding on board here with Daniel Suarez. That was the Max onboard camera, where you can watch all the in-car camera.
That's what I just said, Hamill. That is, again, where we're at right now would be very similar to that race.
With this many cars out of the race, you don't have to be as aggressive on your pit strategy, Marty. I think you can be a little more conservative, get your car driving well so you're around at the end of the night.
Yeah, and Steve, I think
I think all the lead cars are on pit road.
He said, listen, we're going to be short to make it to the end of the stage here with 86 now to go in stage 2. He said, however, this gives us a really good chance to reset our tires, reset our fuel. So the 45 coming down pit road. Chase Elliott somehow missed all of that. Alan Gustafson making that call to leave his driver out and stay out under that last caution. He comes down pit road, just 2 tires fuel for Chase Elliott. And again, 86 to go. They could not make it to the end of the stage, Alan.
Joey Logano out of the infield care center. What happened from your perspective?
I was in the middle of it, so I haven't seen a replay to even know what happened. Cars were sideways, and you get in the brakes, and everyone's just running into each other. Just a speedway wreck, especially when everyone's so tight on the restart there. So, wrong place at the wrong time. You know, we went to try to win the stage, and unfortunately, we didn't get that done. And then, you know, you're going to pay the piper and go to the back there. And I guess here's the replay. Let's see. Yeah.
Just a stack up. Also, the only Hendrick car not involved in that wreck was the one leading the race at the time, Chase Elliott. Bowman, Larson, and Byron all got a piece of that. Just to different extents. So as far as the channel point prediction goes... Yep, Byron's done. Byron and Chastain are officially done.
So all these cars trying to make as many repairs as they can. One interesting point, Steve, is that there are multiple cars from the same organization that are trying to make repairs. So a lot of times you'll take a car chief, for example, and have them work on these cars, right? Help out another team, right? We saw that a couple weeks ago where the 5-car chief was helping out the 48 car. And you can't do that because look over here, Joe Gibbs Racing has 3 of their 4 cars trying to get repaired. So Steve, you really got to focus on your own race car and not worry about your teammate's race car. Where normally you'd lend a helping hand, tonight you just can't do it.
Yeah, roster limits only allowed so
And I think we're not even halfway in this race yet. Not even a lap 100 yet.
Situations, but you can see nothing but Bass Pro Shop fire suits here on this 19 team. If your coach watching, Marty didn't mean anything, coach. Just point out that you had 3 of your cars.
So let's reset it again. Busher and Gibbs now in the front row. SVG, Herbst, Haley, Elliott, Gillen, Smith, Connor Zilich is 9th. Austin Dillon 10th. Cody Ware's 11th. BJ McLeod's 15th. I mean, there's a lot of cars that could upset this playoff grid. There we go. What a topsy-turn to this race. Yeah, like I say, we still have... We're not even to lap 100 yet. And honestly, I don't even think they're done wrecking yet. Especially when you keep having these, the flip of the fields in terms of with tires and pit strategy and everything else. So and Herbst is in the mix. At this point tonight, I think it's just a matter of if you're in the mix, you got a chance at it. And look at SVG, 3 wide. Almost 4 wide. They are 4 wide. Oh! Ty Dillon about took the nose off Brad Keselowski's car. I don't know how that didn't result in a wreck. And how about SVG? But he's got no help. About took Brad's nose off right there. This will be a shot. Hello, Ty Dillon. It almost seems like it. Even though I don't think they are, it seems like it. And yes, we will reach halfway before the end of stage 2 anyway, so the official halfway point is the official halfway. Oh, almost 3 there. Ooh. Tyler Reddick, yeah, I was going to say Reddick's the one on the move right now. Wants that 3rd position, gonna take it. No, it's the completion of lap 130, Hamill. It's the completion of lap 130. It's really either halfway in the race or end of stage 2, whichever comes first usually. So in this case, we're gonna reach lap 131 or 130, completion of 130 before we reach the end of stage 2. And Chase almost took Herbst's nose off there. I was talking in the middle of it, but yeah, Chase almost took Herbst's nose off. Well, no, they get the cross flags at the completion of 130. If it was an odd lap, it would be, they'd go the lap further past would be the even halfway mark. Not just heavy hit. You got guys looking for their first career Cup win, too. Ty, Herbst, Zane Smith, obviously, Gillen. 3 wide. They put Elliott 3 wide. Shuffle the 9. There's 25 on the lead lap right now. Oh, somebody might have been. They're saying SVG, but I thought maybe it was Nemechek that got the wall. Tyler Reddick to the point. So they go 3 wide behind him and Herbst. Teammates trying to control this race. I wouldn't necessarily say it's been good port, but When we've been green, we've had some pretty dicey racing. Busher trying to see if he can take the point now. Should clear Reddick here, he does. Momentum on the outside there. Stenhouse trying to follow Zane there. Zane Smith now wants that third position. Oh, tie, 3 wide. Take second. Oh, I saw that. Tied in the middle of 3 wide with Bowman and Herps. That almost went wrong. They're going to wreck again at this rate. They're going to wreck again at this rate. Some of the blocks that are getting thrown and squeeze plays, they're going to wreck again. And nobody's safe. He's getting hung out by everybody, Tristan, because he got hung out by Stenhouse earlier. These guys are just making moves with themselves in mind. It's not necessarily that they're going with anybody. Both front row cars doing good right now, Smith and Gilliland. He's Stenhouse now. I wouldn't give it to anybody right now, because the way the shuffling is right now. And we still got more than half this race to go. Gregson's still on the lead lap. Hamill, he's just a little further back. He's actually the last car on the lead lap right now, Gregson. I don't know about that one, Bumble. No, I don't even know if we're going to make it to the end of the race with the field that we have. As crazy as some of these blocks have been, I feel like they're going to end up wrecking more cars here before we're done. Man, look at Stenhouse up to third. Zoich now up the inside there. Again, shuffling Elliott. Man, Stenhouse wants the lead on his own. He got a heck of a run to get up alongside Gibbs. But he doesn't have any help, so they're eventually going to drive back by him, but man, the effort to even get up alongside there without much help. Busher wants it, though. I think he's got it. Three Toyotas kind of lined up together there. Gibbs gonna shoot back to it.
You get too far out, and you're just a sitting duck when you get those guys in line pushing from behind.
So what do? Drag the brake, lift up the throttle? Like if you're that leader, Dale, like you know you're getting out there too big, how do you defend against it? You don't. You just let them do what they're going to do. I think if you block or do anything, dragging the brake, they're just going to get to your bumper and go around you easily.
I think the only car running up here that's won a race so far this season is Reddick. Am I right in that? I think I'm right in that. Unless he didn't. Which if he didn't, again, that means everybody through at least the entire top 10 has not won this season yet. And again, with the playoffs getting close. Yeah, I could have sworn Reddick already won one. Wow. Yeah, SVG would be the first. Look who's back. Granted, I don't think he's on the lead lap, though. Carson Hocevar. And yeah, it's a car that can help somebody draft.
77 of Hocevar. Not up there racing for position, but this is a big opportunity for him in the race right now.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. One lap down, trying to race his way in.
Oh, he's only one lap down? Hey, he can get back in this thing. He could possibly... Oh, Stenhouse! No, that was a crash, Junior. What are you talking about? That was a crash. Tried to cut off Nemechek, and that didn't work. That could have been a lot worse than what was, too. Stenhouse has not come to pit road yet. Single file now. Nobody. Looks like Justin Haley's the first one down, trying to make a move. Got Chase inside Zane Smith. Front four single file. Well, we know what happened, Junior. He tried to cut off the run that Nemechek had. Well, you're not okay because you lost all the track position, but oh, yeah, that's right. That's Jones. I got so excited to watch it, I forgot. Yeah, it's Jones, not Nemechek. I think that was an unintentional block. I think, as they said, I think Stenhouse just got tight behind Chase, and nose of the car took off.
Switch
man.
no stressing over finding the best flight deal to rate pump. I booked a round trip to Hawaii for $99. Effortless flight alerts for unbeatable savings. Airport. Reliability, speed, saving, deal. Stop overpaying. Subscribe to rate pump. Start saving on your next flight.
There's a place no map will show you. A secret spot. A high-performance hideout for cars that crave chaos. New brakes? Check. Roll cage? Check. A spoiler so big it doubles as a picnic table? Oh, you bet. Every apex we nail, every second we shave, it's all knowledge that goes right back into your ride. Look like fun? It is. You win?
This is a can of Valspar Ultra for $29.98. It's also an admission that,
Go on.
okay, maybe it was just a phase.
Yeah.
Valspar, affordable, durable, available at Lowe's.
Like us, you might be suffering from moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea, or OSA. We are the undiagnosed. We've been told we snore at night and gasp for air. Daytime sleepiness is a drag, but we still have people who count on us. And we're more than just human beings. We are humans. Being. OSA is a chronic condition tied to breathing interruptions and oxygen deprivation during sleep. You're undiagnosed? That was us. Talk to your doctor about OSA. Let's keep being humans.
Oh, itch.
Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and Transformers.
Damn.
With sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in.
I was more yawning tonight, but I know I did more work outside today, but
Delivery available on
fuck.
qualifying orders.
I got this wow skin from a body wash. It's new. It's Olay Super Serum Body Wash. Sinks into my skin with 5 powerful ingredients. It hydrates, firms, smooths, brightens, and evens. That's 5 skincare benefits in one for visibly improved skin in 14 days. Look at this Olay difference. So luminous. Olay Super Serum Body Wash.
Yeah.
For the 4th time tonight at Echo Park Speedway, NASCAR on TNT, bringing you coverage of the Quaker State 400, available at Walmart. 32 cars picked up some damage tonight. The most recent 35, Riley Hurst.
Yeah, he's just right there.
Got tight behind Elliott.
Chase Elliott loses the back of the car, corrects into the wall.
Did he collect the 34? Yep.
34, yep. They got him going. He was doing such a nice job. He kind of went there to avoid it. We'll see how much damage it is. If it's slight damage, then he'll fit right in with the rest of the field because, as you mentioned, they've all about hit something.
Yeah, the 35 has a right rear toe link damage. Also could not get the car back to the pit, so he'll get towed to the garage.
Two drivers very happy this caution came out. Gibbs and Bush are last on pit road at lap 46. We're closing in on green flag pit stops, and really they were going to have to...
I think this also puts Hocevar back in the lead lap.
The other guy that's real happy about this caution, 77 Carson
Yep.
Hocevar. He almost drove by the leaders to get back on the tail end of the lead lap. Didn't accomplish that, but he is the first car 1 lap down, gets the free pass here under caution 4th time tonight.
Hocevar is back in play. Again, handling. Cars snap like that. So if a car is snapping loose, that's handling. So, I'm telling you, this track basically is a mini Daytona, what Daytona was before the repave. Even at night.
So now that 35 couldn't get back to the stall, he'll have to get towed off.
It's not your typical super speedway race.
Do some repairs. Let's listen into the 54.
Bring him up. Do we have any teammates still out here? Oh, copy. Teammates. We got the 45 who's in good shape, and that's it. Okay.
When you see all the ones that come right out of your race shop and you just go to manufacturer teammate, that makes a major statement on what we're dealing with, doesn't it?
Yeah, the 45 isn't a Gibbs car. It's just, let's see. Oh, I found another Toyota. There's another Toyota.
The 54 is running good. I mean, look at that.
Top 10 currently, and none of these drivers, a lot of these drivers have yet to go to victory lane.
Yeah, I mean, and
Well, even first career win. Gibbs, Smith, Dillon, I almost said Haley. I caught myself before I said Haley.
and IMAX rated PG-13. Check it out.
Mr. Excitement, 77. I'm coasting Carson Osbar free pass deal, right? Isn't that that's what he was racing for? He was able to get it.
Yep. It's gonna be fun. I mean, he's gonna be a story tonight, one way or another. And now that he's back on the lead lap,
Just past halfway in stage 2. I know, that's why I said I caught myself.
there's some things they can do to actually help the aero and give them even a better shot at victory.
You just need time to do it, right? We've been racing under green. Really use this caution pit multiple times if you need.
Right.
I would expect with this.
I would expect everybody to pit road here, though.
So big thing to pay attention to here. Gibbs and Busher need more fuel. So if they lose the lead, it might not be a bad pit stop. It might just be these teams deciding now's the time to get back on strategy with everyone else. Put some extra fuel in the race car.
Reddick, Elliott, Bowman should be on the good side of it, which means maybe a little quicker stop here, gain some track position for the restart for this second half of stage 2.
And if you're watching, you heard Dale earlier talk about 90 miles an hour. That's only under green. Under caution, you're going to run 45 all the way around the corner. This is the most penalized pit road in the series for speeding. We'll see with the small field, Danielle. Hopefully they all keep it clean.
Here's Chris Buescher coming in from the second position. Was wrecking loose in stage 1 when he was mid-pack. Now that he has clean air, just slightly loose. With
A big gap there between Bowman and Elliott as they came to pit road. Reddick down and away. Reddick going to get off with the lead. Bowman second. Haley, Smith, Busher, Jones, Dillon, and Elliott. Husky, Gibbs. Gibbs paying the fuel tax, as they call it.
Our nation is standing up for American workers, restoring the pride of making products here at home. That's what we do every day. We're America's beverage companies, making American products with American workers in America's hometowns, delivering brands that have been enjoyed for generations, creating good-paying jobs, the kind that require only a strong work ethic. Because we believe in the promise of America and the people who make it great.
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter-pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meat.
What you working on?
A time machine so we can go back to when our house was new.
Well, Valspar has everything we need to make our place look great. Now.
And into the future? Well, that was faster than time travel.
Oh, let's do the bathroom next.
I love bacon.
Everything you need to keep your place looking new. Valspar.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us, with every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California, to oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission: to keep businesses big, small, and everything in between moving full speed ahead.
Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and transform your space with color. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in June 27th through July 7th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
I honestly don't know what to think about this race at this point. I don't know. I don't know what to think about this race at this point. Yep. Off to the street race in Chicago next week. I wasn't expecting us to have half the field with damage by half, not even halfway. You know. I'm telling you, mark my words on this. Watch this 77. He's back on the lead lap now. He was keeping pace with the leaders when he was a lap down. I'm not letting the 77 leave my radar. Because this car back on the lead lap, but was up there running with the leaders being a lap down. So alright, so Reddick, Bowman, Smith, Haley, Jones, Busher, Elliott, Dillon, Gibbs, Keselowski, the top 10. Yeah, outside. Momentum. I think Reddick is going to clear here. He does. Looks like Bowman's going to clear possibly for second. He does. Battles for third.
I'm opening the windows up. It's supposed to get really cool tonight.
Okay, I'm good right now. If I get warm, I'll open my window, but I'm good right now. Bowman to the point. 3 wide. Is that, yeah, Nemechek with, I think that might have been Ware behind him. Reddick and Bowman battle for the lead. Reddick leads that lap by maybe a 100th of a second. Ooh, Bowman slides back to the point. Busher trying to lead the inside. Nope, Reddick back to the inside. Oh, he does clear him. Oh, that was close. Yeah, Busher does look strong. Oh, almost 4 back there. Yeah. Steve, they're going to junk it again. They're going to wreck cars again. There's no way they can keep this up to the end of the race. Oh, stack up on the bottom. Oh, I said it. I marked it. Oh! I think that was Chase that was moving around there for a second. Concerned me for a second. I'm watching Brad Keselowski right now, too. He got a piece of the big incident. Busher after Bowman for the lead.
He
Oh.
said he's still very sore, only 80%
Me and Junior saw that at the same time, had the same reaction. 3 wide back there to SVG, Nemechek, Elliott. Oh, Elliott again got sideways. Inside Nemechek that time. Oh, and he's up the hill again. Almost got SVG. Man, these guys are just hanging on to these things. Yep, lost the camera for a second. Still side by side for the lead.
Is getting frustrated because of the loss of track position, and he just can't seem to make it work here. He was in the low lane, now the high lane, 54 outside.
And that's what Marty talks about. Chris Gale on the radio, that experience, that's where it is needed. That is the 54 signature. Great speed, either mental fatigue or a simple mistake. If the 54 is showing frustration, they got to calm him down, keep him in it. Tons of talent, tons of speed. Try to keep it pointing in the right direction.
They're going to be 3 wide off 4 there. Still side by side for the lead.
You can see him in that bright orange car. He was just lurking there, going back to about 9th right now. But he was involved in that wreck not too long ago. They kept working on the car. He told the team, look, the steering isn't perfect, but it's close. So they've been working on it. He says he's just trying to be smart. He was a little free. When they pitted the last time, he told the team, if we're coming down pit road, I want 4 tires. And he's making all use out of those 4 tires right now.
Bowman back clear with a push from the 45 of Reddick. Side by side for second. Chase Elliott keeps making that 3 wide move to the inside down the front straightaway. Just needs a hole here at the end, right, Dale? I mean, that's what he's looking
Well, it's not so much that. It's the fact he keeps getting passed back 3 wide. He can make the move 3 wide, but he keeps getting passed back 3 wide. Case in point. Case in point as they do it in turn 3. It's Nemechek that's on the inside, Haley to the outside. And the 3 wide behind them.
See the matchup. This is one we highlighted for the opening round. Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch.
SVG wants back in the action. And then
Yeah, SVG. Connor Zilich again staying in it.
Talking Brad Keselowski, Chase Elliott with a move around the 6.
Yeah, Chase has been very aggressive, taking every run that he can. Seeing the front.
Cross flags next time by.
Pulling out of line is one thing. Finding a hole back in line is the key. You can kind of jump out of line, but can you get blended back in? As they get side by side, that's going to present an opportunity for Chase to go the inside here down the back straightaway. Does he go 3 wide? He sure does. Time and time again.
Trying to take advantage of Zane Smith.
Man, if he could clear, he's going to clear his
Cross flags halfway to Atlanta. Ooh. Gibbs 3 down to the inside.
Gibbs said, I'm done riding. Get me some of that. Swing it to the inside and slides up in front of Elliott with a wiggle. Just incredible stuff.
Both the 54 and the 9 have been the 2 cars that have been able to like duck low like that, try to gain spots with that down deep move. Just taking the runs when you can get them. Busher, with help from Reddick. Gibbs down. Oh, Haley kind of cuts off Jones. And here comes Justin. 28 laps from the end of the stage. Channel point prediction right now led by Alex Bowman.
Everybody's going to get
Oh. All fan to the bottom there.
It was like the 42 of Nemechek was dancing down around that line that you see, the white-yellow line, which, by the way, is out of bounds here at this racetrack.
A long way to go in this race. Do they know it? Because I'm not sure they do.
Yeah. Like Bubble said earlier, are they racing the race? Like, it doesn't seem like anybody's riding at this point.
Yeah, we see such different racing here versus Daytona and Talladega.
Gibbs trying to pull Dylan. Jones to the outside. Get the teammates actually working together up top there. Jones and Nemechek. Bowman now in front of Busher.
25 laps to go, stage 2. Big finish coming in this second stint of the race. Hang with us. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
There's a place named after a secret spot, a high-performance hideout for cars that crave chaos. New brakes? Check. Roll cage? Check. Spoiler so big it doubles as a picnic table? Oh, you bet. Every apex we nail, every second we shave, it's all knowledge that goes right back into your ride.
I honestly don't know how I'm gonna play this race, or how I'm gonna. Now I don't even know what to think about this thing, you know? It's crazy.
America's hometowns, delivering brands that have been enjoyed for generations, creating good-paying jobs, the kind that require.
Well, this is what you get when it's not on streaming.
This is a can of Valspar Ultra for $29.98. It's also inspiration to find a little less inspiration. Valspar, affordable, durable, available at Lowe's.
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter-pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meat.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us, with every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California, to oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission: to keep businesses big, small, and everything in between moving full speed ahead.
Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and transform your space with color. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in June 27th through July 7th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
These are my teeth. A few overlap.
Others are straight, crooked, and capped.
Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch.
No matter what kind of teeth, you got a brush.
Oral-B's dentist-inspired brown brush head hugs them, cleans them, gets them clean, going where regular brushes don't reach, so teeth get 100% better clean. These are my teeth, the key to my life.
And here's how I perfectly clean every nook.
Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
aggression. How do you describe that from a driver's perspective, that wreck?
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I was so far back in the middle of it. You know, I don't even know what caused it. But yeah, just everybody here, that's kind of the name of the game. You have to be aggressive. You have to push. And I'm sure it's just, you know, a bad push or something. So yeah, I'm sure they're not done wrecking yet.
All right, you tried to fix the 19.
Just to clean it up, so NASCAR has said, hey, you have to come to the garage, we're ready to fix it, but we're also going to take a look at it. These cars are built with certain crush zones, certain parts of the chassis. When they're compromised, you're just done. The car's no longer safe enough, in their opinion, for competition. See Jones swing laps. That's what Briscoe's talking about, excuse me. You know, NASCAR doesn't pick and choose. They kind of look at all of them when they get back there wrecked.
Yeah, the 43's made some really good moves to be able to put himself up here in the top 5.
And teammates up front.
Squeeze the 45 right there and maintain that position. And his teammate, the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek, both of the legacy cars are now in the top 10.
So this is what is shocking me tonight. It's not as
Well, at least right now, Cletus, you seem to be momentum. The momentum seems to be in their favor right now. Legacy. Well, 14 to go in this stage. Chase wants the lead from his teammate. We'll take it. Oh, Busher wants P2 back. Oh, I'm worried about that big a lead, though. Here comes momentum. But Reddick wants to take the point. Here comes Reddick again. Here comes Jones now into the mix. Ooh, Gibbs pushing. SVG back up into the mix, as is Dylan. So to go on the stage. The battles between Elliott and Bowman for the stage point. The channel point prediction. Now Jones going to duck to the inside. But he's got no help on the inside. Reddick wants the lead back. Got help. Here comes Jones and Nemechek. Team cars working together. .66 ahead. 10 to go. So it's been a while since Eric Jones has won a race. They're going to have a run up that inside. Nine to go in the stage. Well, last win for the 43, the last win for Jones was Darlington. 2022. Eight to go at the stage. Yeah, 2022. Well, it'll officially be 3 years Labor Day weekend, but Yeah, Chase got a big lead there. There's going to be a big run coming from those guys behind him. They're not able to pull up as much. 6 to go in the stage. Oh, there's a big run. Nope, now he's going to go to the inside. Nemechek on his bumper. Nemechek kind of helped that by pulling up to the inside. Just like he helped Chase kind of duck back by Reddick. 5 to go in the stage, and Reddick back to the inside. Gonna clear him. Oh, nice save, Chris. Chris Buescher. How in the world did you save that? Watch the momentum. Watch the run.
Top 3 cars have all won in the draft. Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Chris Buescher.
Reddick, I think, needs to lay a little bit more off of Chase if he wants to run and a shot at him with 3 to go here.
42 times it wrong, catches the left rear of the 17. Big wiggle. Everybody gets straightened up, though. 3 to go down the stage.
Otherwise, it might be Chase winning the stage unless they can time a run here. Gibbs went way down there. There's the run. Clears him. Chase gets a chance back at him with 2 to go. I think he can get one at him. We've seen him do it, so. It also helps he's got his teammate up the inside too, unless his teammate gets alongside of him. Oh! He's going to get to the inside. Can he clear him, though? Doesn't have a bigger run. Reddick stays alongside. Last lap, stage 2. It's hard to say because neither one has got the car behind him tight enough to him. There's Buescher. I don't know. Momentum might be on the favor of the outside. I like Reddick on the outside here. Down to the line, to the line. It is. Oh, it might have been Elliott. Scoring says Reddick, but I don't know. That looked almost dead even. I thought maybe Reddick was going to get it. The chase got a little late surge, but I don't know. I'd have to see that. That was close. I was going to say Reddick, but that surge coming back. God. Were they even? I don't know. That might be dead even. Wow. Man, if we could finish the race like that. Anyway, the channel point prediction. Chase takes the channel point prediction, but so it doesn't matter for the stage win, but damn. That was close. Actually, you know what? I got a simple one for the end of race.
It's also a realization that you'd rather exercise your mind. Valspar, affordable, durable, available at Lowe's.
How are you guys knowing what this is? Because they haven't said it yet. Unless, well, I mean, I could look at the NASCAR app and see, but.
Like us, you might be suffering from moderate to severe obstructive.
I mean, that was close. So close that you can't even see it you couldn't even see it naked eye on the camera.
We've been told we snore at night and gasp for air. Daytime sleepiness is a dread, but we still have people who count on us. And we're more than just human beings. We are humans.
Reminds me a lot of the truck race battle we had here between Ron Hornaday and Bobby Labonte. The first race in 2005. 6 versus 47.
Let's keep being humans.
I don't think that race gets talked about that often. Not as much as the other race that Busch won.
NASCAR Cup Series Racing on TNT is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Chewy. For life with pets, there's Chewy with everything. Photo finish to end stage 2. NASCAR going to the camera. High-speed camera start finish line. They rule it's Tyler Reddick.
So yeah, officially Reddick wins stage 2. No, the fall race is the one where Bobby got T-boned. Bumble. Yeah. God.
This place just continues to deliver. The drivers deliver. Reddick off the top. I thought the 9 might have pulled him back with that side draft and got it done, but in the end it was Reddick for the win.
I had Reddick going into 3 because of him being on the top, but Chase almost came back on the inside with him.
I would say that, you know, this race is probably the most because of the decisions the drivers are making lap after lap to take.
Yeah, it was the fall race. Bobby got T-boned by John Wood.
So Chase Elliott, right? He gets past and then he immediately goes on the offense. Well, he has to check himself clear.
Was it? Yeah, it was John Wood. It was the 50 truck. I know that.
Things he wants to do. And so every driver on this racetrack is just making decision after decision after decision after decision every foot, every inch of the racetrack.
Yeah, it might have been the closest finish. Or we might have nipped the 1/1000th one from Kansas last year. Had that been for the actual finish. No, it was the 50 truck. I know it was the 50 truck, Hamill, but I forget who was driving it at the time. I know Quinn was in the Busch series the next year because he was the car involved in the Tony Stewart wreck at Talladega in 06. So. Unless it was Todd Cleaver that might have been in the 50. Gonna get off pit road first here. The Elliott's crew. Busher, Reddick, Bowman, Ty Dillon remains a player. Let me go back and look at it. I can go back and look at it myself. Well, I hated Johnson. I'm in that boat. see, 2005. Atlanta. Turn the audio off of it so I can see. Look at the running order. It was Todd Cleaver. It was Todd Cleaver that was in the 50. I had a feeling my gut was right on that one and that it was Cleaver, but
Every apex we nail, every second we shave, it's all knowledge that goes right back into your ride. You in?
Our nation is standing up for American workers, restoring the pride of making products here at home. That's what
the Truck Series Atlanta races. Those first three races, the first race there in 04, the finish between Skinner and Hamilton, then both races in 2005.
the kind that require only a strong work ethic, because we believe in the promise of America and the people who make it great.
This is a can of Valspar Ultra for $29.98. It's also a realization that you'd rather exercise your mind. Valspar, affordable, durable, available at Lowe's.
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheese steak.
Yep.
Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meat.
From local shops in
Bobby actually got hit twice at the end of that race. He got hit by Cleaver and he got hit by another truck too.
parts and exceptional service are here to keep your business moving at full speed.
Getting ready for the final stage at Echo Park Speedway. We get our progressive race recap. Here's Shannon, Jamie, and Parker.
Gotta tell you, Adam, we have such a great view down here in the middle of the infield. Looking at the fans.
Wow, that's a big one for Reddick. Damn, I didn't realize that was his first stage win of the season.
We knew that this race had the potential to be wild, crazy. It has been all that and more.
It's been, yeah, chaotic. And I mean, the thing that sticks out to me is when you look at the top 10 from that last stage, 5 of those guys have to win to get in. That puts a lot of pressure on that cut line. The finish of that race, I mean, it looked like Elliott had it, and then Reddick actually ends up getting it. So, yeah, pretty wild. Legacy Motor Club is something else that sticks out to me. Both of those cars being in the top 10.
It's going to be an absolutely huge night for Legacy Motor Club. 2 cars in the top 10 at the end of that stage, but both of them were in the top 5 there for a little bit close to the end of the stage. It's going to be absolutely massive there, and I love the haymakers that Chase Elliott and Tyler Reddick were throwing there late in that run, because Shannon, it's so interesting watching this, how aggressive they are, because it's so hard to generate a run here. It's so difficult to get a run to materialize and happen that if you have it, you've got to take it and run with it. And I think that's why you see the aggression that you see, because it's just so hard to get those runs, unless you're throwing haymakers at the end.
Well, you can't imagine it's going to get much more aggressive than what we've already seen.
How can it get any more?
But it will. Like, if you get down to the end of this, we're going to have probably one of those 3 wide finishes. So, I mean,
Somebody's gonna get wrecked blocking now. You know what? Mark my words on that. Somebody's gonna get wrecked blocking at the end of this race. It's gonna happen. I mean, we've watched him almost wreck blocking, so. Less than 100 laps to go now, so Bubba gets a lucky dog here at the end of stage 2. Puts him and Hocevar again are on the lead lap.
Not sure what kind of race car he has after the repairs. How dare Parker says there's not enough cars left to wreck. If there's one, there's enough.
Yeah, you talk about Bubba Wallace and his situation. Been a yo-yo at the cut line recently. 33 above right now. Every position is a point, so being on the lead lap enormous here for that group.
Still no host of our sighting late in stage 2. We thought he might get up through there after getting his lap back. We'll see what he can do at this stage.
Well, I believe we're going to see him at some point. I just haven't.
All right.
Elliott Busher front row.
92 to go.
Final stage.
Basically a one-stop race, I think, from this point. You split this in half. One stop to the end of the race. That's assuming we don't get a rash of cautions. That side a little tighter together. Elliott kind of leaves his teammate there to block the outside. Busher trying to clear Bowman. I don't need a crew chief to tell me that it's basically you could split this in half and make it, so. To be able to hold off the run right now. Gibbs way out wide there. Busher trying to see if he can clear that 48. That's what's kind of helping Chase is having Alex to the inside there, so it's keeping Busher kind of trapped. So it's Hendrick versus RFK at the front here. Then you have both legacy cars are back there, the 42, 43. The 88, 87 are back there. And Bowman's trying to take the point from his teammate. Ooh, Busher looking to the outside. Got a little loose trying to get to the outside. Brad with help from Jones as Bowman gets the lead. Yep. Chase going up the block. Busher gave Bowman the lead. Here's Brad Keselowski now into the mix. 1 point swing with RFK. That was Darlington last year. Oh, SVG gets clipped. Hang on to it. And he did. I don't know if that one came completely around. Have to see a replay of it, but man. Tolling's broke. It's on the outside there. You have Ty to his inside. Get him there in the middle. Yeah, Ty got him. And then Nemechek, and yeah, that one didn't come. That one didn't come all the way around. You know what? I'll call that one a save. I call that one a save. That one didn't come completely around. I give you some credit there, Shane. That's a save. That's a save. That's 45 degrees. And bringing that back straight. Look at that. That's more. Actually, that's probably more than 45 degrees. Well, I said Busher's save earlier was good. I think that might be best save of the night so far. And I don't think it's even close. That's a stretch, Steve, to make it 84 laps without the aid of a yellow. Even if you pack it full of fuel, I don't think you're making it. Ooh, look at this. Top three stay out. Everybody else going to come in. Well, what this does, even if you can't make it, which I don't think they will, it makes it so you can spend less time on pit road if you come back to pit road. Because that could take as long to fill your car up. I don't know, with the way handling's been tonight, though, I would have taken 4 tires if I'm coming to pit road, though. Personally, I think at this point, if you're coming pit road, I'm firing 4 tires at it. I'd rather have that car be able to turn where I want it to turn. You know. Give me 5. The old Dale Senior quote: "Come to pit road for 4 tires, and I ain't leaving until I get 4."
Restoring the pride of making products here at home. That's what we do every day. We're America's beverage companies.
Especially if you get late in this race, I want to be able to charge.
In America's hometowns, delivering brands that have been enjoyed for generations, creating good-paying jobs, the kind that require only a strong work ethic, because we believe in the promise of America and the people who make it great.
This is a can of Valspar Ultra for $29.98. It's also an admission that...
Go on.
Okay, maybe it was just a phase.
Yeah.
Valspar. Affordable, durable. Available at Lowe's.
This melty American is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter-pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meat.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you meet us, with every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California, to oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission: to keep businesses big, small, and everything in between moving full speed ahead.
Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and transform your space with color. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in June 27th through July 7th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying order.
Yeah, only 30 seconds. Not bad. First time all race, I've actually been able to hear my radio.
Getting ready for the restart here at Echo Park Speedway. Now we do our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Dale, I know you're going.
80 to go.
That's going to win the bracket challenge for me. Chris Buescher, 3 top 10s in the last 3 races of 2025. A lot of momentum. Running up the top 5 all night long with that 17. The top of my bracket at the end of this thing has missed all the wrecks tonight. The 9 of Chase Elliott doing a really nice job trying to find his way. To victory lane. Winless streak up over 40. Looking for that 20th win of his career. I love this on board right here. That clear visor will be taking a look as he throws the blocks.
Looking at Eric Jones from my man to watch. Going to restart inside the top 10 here. You think about where he is in relation to the cut line. And he's going to help himself tonight. But the bottom line is, if he's going to go to the playoffs, he needs to win. He's won in the draft, did it in Daytona. That was his first career victory a number of years ago driving for Joe Gibbs Racing. A lot of faith in Jones to get it done here tonight. Let's go to Marty.
Adam, that was Tyler Reddick's call to bring the 45 to pit road, and got to give credit to Eagle Eye Steve up there in the booth. Steve, you were right. He had a little bit of a vibration to start that run, so they just wanted to make sure that right rear was tight. And again, all those who pitted just a moment ago in a little bit better fuel situation than the top 3.
Thanks, Marty. Yeah, there's enough going on out there. You definitely don't want a vibration. But look where they're at. They're still on row 3. Everything's going to be fine.
All right. 80 to go, 79 actually as we get the green. Alex and Brad on the front row. That green and cars 6 and 7 pushing each other. And teammates trying to see if they can get away here a little bit. Watch the runs coming now.
Ty Gibbs, big shove, bottom lane, 17, Chris Buescher. Teammates continue side by side with Bowman outside of Elliott. Brad Keselowski going to give a helping hand in the draft.
Look at that outside go. Reddick back to the back bump. There's Reddick, the first one that pitted. And they're leaving Chase hung out to dry here. Brad wants the lead. Can he get it off to... Nope, not going to be clear. But he's got help from Tyler Reddick. He's going to get it here, though. And here is that 50, the 45 and Reddick. First one of those that stopped under that yellow.
playoffs. Shane Van Gisbergen did it. Now Brad Keselowski.
And that's the one warning for calling a yellow. That's warning for spoiler. I was getting ready to say it, but I had to wait for it. But yeah, warning for spoiler. Next one won't be a warning. If it happens again, then I'll time somebody out for it.
He had just got himself back on the league lap, so
This is the one warning. If you don't see it here, don't say it till you see it here. That's my rule. I only do that because I don't want it spoiled for people that are watching this from here. So you're watching it from two sources, so.
And Dale and I talked about this. Every year, the cut line winners move the cut line up. And with Brad leading, it's even crazier because he's so far down in points, he's on no one's leaderboard. So when you populate him into 12th as a winner, that is just a big change.
Because the 15 points obviously being majorly impacted by the fact that Keselowski is leading this race.
well, that's what we talked about weeks ago, is how that cut line's going to move with new winners.
Exactly, Junior.
Said it would move. I believe most of the things you say, Steve.
Hey, I like that. I'll take it.
You were so correct, because Bubba was way up at one point more than 60 points above the cut line. And now, you know, we still got racing to go. But Grove and Busher, those guys aren't safe. Busher's even told us he's in a must-win situation.
Brad Keselowski leading here, 6 radio.
There's the cut line.
I agree. This is not an option. They're kicking themselves probably because a lot of guys that just pitted 8 laps ago you see on the pylon, they're going to stay out and use these yellows and hope to connect, so they're going to lose some track position. But not pitting here is just ignoring the facts, right? I didn't hate their call to stay out. I don't think they made a mistake. The yellow kind of just caught them off guard. It was an unfortunate yellow happened right away. I like what Jeremy Bullen was saying. Remember, all the way back to last week, communication issues. This car comes to the road, it's closed. They put themselves back in position to have a chance. You know, there's a lot of ups and downs in the roller coaster of a NASCAR season, and that relationship from driver and crew chief gets tested because it's so emotional. So I love the very clean and clear direction from on top of the pit boxes. Come in, get fuel. You got a lot of time. You never know.
Now our Xfinity fastest lap. Going to pay a point into the night. Cody Ware, top of the charts right now. Stenhouse on the board with Christopher Bell. Interesting, those two are there because they had to match up in round 1, the in-season challenge.
With 74 to go and the risks these drivers are willing to take, it wouldn't shock me if that gets bested again. Just from the pushes, right? That's where this pace and speed really comes to. So I think next time by pit road will be open. You know, that is the one challenge. We talk about pit road entering on the backstretch. The thing you don't think about is safety vehicles use turn 3 and 4 apron a lot. So if you don't open pit road maybe as often as you would in other tracks, as a crew chief, I'm thinking that means every year, you know, on every yellow here, I get like an average 2 more laps than I do at other tracks. So that goes into that fuel conservation conversation. I didn't think I would get those 2 words connected without stumbling over them.
Nice.
I saw you stare at me like I can't believe you just said that without sounding foolish. I appreciate that.
73 to go. You're watching the Quaker State 400 available at Walmart. NASCAR on TNT is back. We're excited about it.
Brad's going to lead him to pit road, and here they come. Haley's going to stay out.
Here we go.
As expected, leaders come, and not shocking. Other guys that were just on pit road will come in. The difference is they're going to be there very quickly. Now, I will say, when you have mismatched plans in the pit box, communication is key. You don't want to run into each other with someone entering while somebody else is
Yep.
Danielle, Alex Bowman in the 48, head to you.
Alex Bowman has led 25 laps tonight. He's coming up on the 1-year mark. Stevie, since his last win at the Chicago Street Course, he's certainly putting himself in position tonight. Entering the pit second, just behind Brad Keselowski. He's going to pull off here. Let's see what the call
You know, watch if you got a couple cars that stopped. The previous stop coming in, they don't need to stop very long. Oh, Reddick. Reddick off pit road first, then Busher, Brad, Elliott, Bowman, Jones, Smith, Cloud.
Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin and transform your space with color. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in, June 27th through July 7th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
There's a place no map will show you. A secret spot. A high performance.
Now he's on lead lap, Anderson. He's not been competitive since being involved in that deal, but
This is a can of Valspar Ultra for $29.98. It's also an admission that...
Go on.
Okay, maybe it was just a phase.
Yeah.
Valspar. Affordable, durable. Available at Lowe's.
Like us, you might be suffering from moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea, or OSA. We are the undiagnosed. We've been told we snore at night and gasp for air. Daytime sleepiness is a drag, but we still have people who count on us. And we're more than just human beings. We are humans. Being. OSA is a chronic condition tied to breathing interruptions and oxygen deprivation during sleep. You're undiagnosed? That was us. Talk to your doctor about OSA. Let's keep being humans. Being.
I used to struggle with dandruff and scalp issues, but then I started using Head & Shoulders every wash because the active ingredient in Head & Shoulders fights off the microbes that cause dandruff. Microbes aren't everyone's scalp and can cause irritation, but when you use Head & Shoulders every wash,
Keeps these rascals at bay. It helps prevent dandruff before it starts. Where do you think you're going?
see?
Oh, Troy.
Hey, looks great.
Have a little help.
Make every wash count.
NASCAR on TNT live in Hampton, Georgia on this Saturday night. Echo Park Speedway, the scene for round 18 in the Cup Series. Echo Park, specializing in pre-owned vehicle sales.
Been a wild one.
Racetrack, and the place looks outstanding. Big restart coming here, 70 to go. Big penalty on pit road, Tyler Reddick.
Reddick got penalized. Let's do it again. Also, since you brought that up too, I'll also make mention in terms of well-known people. Rick Hurst, who played Cletus Hogg on the Dukes of Hazzard, passed away the other day as well too. So, rest in peace to your friend Bumble, and rest in peace to Rick. Ooh, Priest.
Again, as we flash to the front and look at the 60 of Ryan Priest.
Big run coming down the front straightaway. The 17 in the back of the 54. 54 going to try to push this 60 car. Every other time he's been diving to the inside to try to take that lead. I think he knew the teammate of the 60, the 17 of Busher is running third, so he probably wouldn't have had that help.
Reddick. Already back up in the top 10. Here's Allen.
Outside infield care with Denny Hamlin. That wreck was a long time ago.
Is
They
that it?
tried to do everything they could to get back out there, get a few extra points. Let's talk about the wreck, though. You were at the front of it. What happened?
All of us were in the top line, pushing off turn 2, and some zig, some zag. Most crashed. So I don't know. I was on the bumper of the 42. He was on the bumper of somebody else in front of him, and we all just kind of, you know, speedway pushing, zigging and zagging, and we all crashed. So just part of it. And,
Priest and Gibbs. Elliott trying to see if he can get Gibbs. Brad trying to follow.
Alan Adam touched on it. Tyler Reddick got a penalty on the last stop for too many boxes on entry to his pit stall. He restarted 16, trying to make his way up through the field for Tyler Reddick.
Oh, we got a crash in turn 4. One car spun around backwards.
Caution number 8.
It'd be Jones.
For the most part, was able to get out of that unscathed. Just saw Eric sideways, broadside in front of the field. Doesn't look like he made contact with the wall. That was earlier damage. Those tires still have the letters on them. you gotta start being specific on what damage. Yep. So watch that 43 car back there. He just
Yep, all by himself.
Everybody, for the most part, is going to get through okay. Great job out of the field.
But a little contact between Bubba and the 16.
Pictures look unbelievable.
But Jones escapes.
Gives me an opportunity to salute our crew. Behind the scenes, doing an outstanding job with these long days here in Atlanta. Hot, humid, battling the elements. Long days and nights, but everybody keeping us where we need to be. Putting on an outstanding show for us here tonight.
I'll give you a little tip of the hat. I was sitting in my hotel room watching you last night on that very long delayed Xfinity race.
I was not fishing for that, by the way.
I know, that's okay, that's okay. Kyle Busch right there in 15th was up there with you. Stuck you there the whole night.
Do I get to collect 2 days of per diem because we were on after this? Does that work?
I can't help you. Ricky Stenhouse, you see.
Stenhouse back on the lead lap.
Get the free pass, put him back. 21 cars now on the lead lap.
Yeah, he had that damage to the toe link that they've repaired, and interested to see if he can make something out of the rest of this night.
That'd be 21 cars on the lead lap.
You did such a great job yesterday. Guess what, Adam? You get to be back at it next week.
That's right. We're going to the streets of Chicago. NASCAR Xfinity Series racing Saturday afternoon on the.
Well, you got a couple bullets left, Spency. You got Chase. You got his teammate, Ty Dillon, Justin Haley.
She's been impressive on Saturdays lately, Danielle. Friday this weekend in the Xfinity Series, but when he comes
Yeah, a couple bullets left.
on the Cup side, he's been doing a great job as well.
And did you just see that save? Staying away from the 43 to keep his great night alive. Making his third Cup start, Adam, tonight, his first on a drafting track, and everything is going according to plan. He told me this morning the goal tonight is just to learn. Take it easy in the first stage, learn how this next-gen car drafts, and then by the final stage, be in position up front when it counts. And we mentioned the fourth-place Xfinity finish last night. He said, there's nothing relative. The car is different, the draft is different. Look how quickly he is picking things up here in the Cup Series.
Not really. Unless you give me something that makes me remind you, it makes me reminds me of you. No, he wasn't backwards in that wreck, Bumble. He was down on the inside, but he was not backwards.
I'm only out there to learn. I'm only out there to run the laps and understand the car. And as he's doing tonight, he probably has a car that he could be more aggressive with and drive up in there and push and battle in that top 6 when he had the track position. You'll see him be very careful and he's faded back a little bit, but he is learning.
Props for being here for that long.
Completely different than anything that he's ever driven, even on the Xfinity side. So good for him to be smart, get out there, run all the laps. Maybe at the end of the race, when it's time to push with 30 or 20 to go, we might see him being more aggressive, but he's just trying to get every lap he can tonight.
A few takers coming to pit road. Maybe just to be sure on fuel well inside the window with 63 to go now. Maybe just some tires. Maybe like, you know, for me to do what I need to do, pull and push and tug on that steering wheel, I need a little bit more grip. put some tires on it so I can be on the offense. Maybe just to tape some more panels up on the car. You never know with all the damage you have out here.
Cell spin, Cletus. Cell spin in 3 and 4. He got away with no damage, so just drifted up and turned in between 3 and 4 and looped it. Got the same thing that happened to Bell. Well, to be fair, I've streamed 2 races where Priest has flipped in here, so.
Toyota has 3 NASCAR Cup teams. 2311 owned by these two. But this guy actually races for his team. And they both share the track with the team owned by this guy. 3
Okay, yeah.
legends all going after 1 cup.
That's only been a year, though. That was last year. So this is, unless you mean this is your 2nd season with me, which, again, props to anybody that's been with me for more than a season watching races. Props to you. Of course, Bumble's been one of the ones that's been here roughly since the start, so. But I think she is. I think Bumble is the longest one, the one that's been here the longest. As far as my streams go. She's been here through name changes, so.
It's also inspiration to find a little less inspiration.
Remember, Priest's flip at Daytona was 23?
Affordable, durable, available at Lowe's.
Damn, I didn't realize it'd been that long already. Seems like it was just yesterday.
Everywhere you need us, with every part you need, from brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California, to oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network.
Yeah, I know. I started doing this 2019 is when I started doing it. I've had my Twitch channel longer than that, or I've had Twitch channels longer than 2020, or longer than when I started doing this in 2019, but I started doing it Speed Weeks 2019 was the first time I started doing it. That's when I first started doing it. Back when I used NASCAR Drive because I didn't have any way to stream the Fox half of the races in 2019. Then I figured it out, so. 60 to go. Now you kind of got what you got here, and see what happens. Ooh, big momentum, big momentum, big momentum. Hey, like I said, I love that you're here. You know, I even if you don't say anything in chat, I love that you're here. You know, I literally started this out because I just felt like, you know what, I'm just gonna watch the races. People want to hang out with me, they can hang out with me. So I appreciate the ones that have stuck around and hung around with me. Brad to the lead. And there's that 77. What'd I say earlier? Oop. David Starr with an issue down the front stretch. He's in the grass now. Ooh, Brad gonna shoot back around Chase. just as the yellow comes out. And now all 3 RFK cars are in the top 5. We started the night with 3 of the top 4 being Penske Fords. Well, with 57 to go, 3 of the top 4 are RFK Fords. Interesting.
When you look at this racetrack and the draft configuration prior to what we had in those races in the years prior to making the change. But right now we're at 9 cautions on the night, and that's right at the average of what we've seen per race since we started drafting here in 2022.
They talk about how their cars weren't driving well at the start of the race, and I think that's been a big factor in why we've seen so many accidents tonight. Not so much the closed quarter sort of bumper-to-bumper, side-by-side racing. It's really these cars are uncomfortable. Not only do we have sort of the super speedway style crashing, but we also have cars just losing control all on their own.
You know, a little scoring disagreement here. It looks like possibly Chase was the leader before the yellow coming out, but I don't know about that one unless, again, they go scoring loop when it isn't for the finish of the race, so he might have been ahead of Brad the last loop before the yellow came out. I thought Brad was ahead, but
Just a tough race. He came in here with not a lot of experience in the Cup car this year. It's a tough situation with a small team.
We'll reset the running order when we come back. Under caution, 56 laps remaining at Echo Park Speedway.
There's a place no map will show you. A secret spot. A high-performance hideout for cars that crave chaos. New brakes? Check. Roll cage? Check. A spoiler so big it doubles as a picnic table? Oh, you bet. Every apex we nailed, every second we shaved, it's all knowledge that goes right back into your ride. Look like fun? It is. You in?
This is a can of Valspar Ultra for $29.98. It's also an admission that,
Go on.
okay, maybe it was just a phase.
Yeah.
Valspar, affordable, durable, available at Lowe's.
Like us, we might be suffering from moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea.
might be my radio. I can't hear my radio right now at all.
We've been told we snore at night and gasp for air. Daytime sleepiness is a drag, but we still have people who count on us. And we're more than just human beings. We are humans. Being. OSA is a chronic condition tied to breathing interruptions and oxygen deprivation during sleep. You're undiagnosed? That was us. Talk to your doctor about OSA. Let's keep being humans. Being.
Now this is how you end a summer. Under the lights, surrounded by history, at the place where legends are made. This isn't just a race, it's a moment of truth. Their last shot at the playoffs. Your last chance to see regular season action. Friday night, Xfinity lights the fuse. Saturday night, the Cup Series delivers the fireworks. This is Daytona. This is everything. Get your tickets now at DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com.
Everyone's talking about how to get more protein in their diet. We'll stop talking and head to Subway for tons of delicious protein-packed footlongs, like the Ultimate BMT, loaded with 54 grams of protein, or the All-Pro Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki, coming in at 58 grams of protein, all on irresistible fresh-baked bread. And now, Subway MVP Rewards members can buy any footlong in the app and get another for just $1.
So you guys come in here and you ask me, what did I miss? It's like, I don't know what the last thing you saw was. It's like, I would mind giving a recap, but I don't know the last thing you saw was.
will come with 53 to go. Doing the choose here. Chase Elliott goes inside. Brad Keselowski outside.
All right. Elliott, Keselowski, Gibbs, Buescher, Bowman, Priest, Reddick. I'd say it's not this wreck, but I'd say it's the other wreck.
Told Brad Keselowski that he'd go hard to the end. This caution helped them in their fuel number. He doesn't have to worry about fuel savings to the end, he was told.
I like it. That's a great update, Alan. Now we know
I like the chances of this 6 car. I think the 6 of the 9 can race each other. I don't think either one's right now. I think either one flip a coin, but I think they might be the 2 best cars right now. We'll see. A lot of racing here with 52 to go, or 52 to go when we come back around. So Gibbs might get a run here into 3, not quite. To make a move anyway. Yep. They got a run, big run. Bowman splits around Gibbs. There they go. Ooh, Priest couldn't keep it down there though. Brad gets the point. Buescher around Elliott as well. Teammate's gonna try to flip Elliott there. Ty needs some help though. Well, teammates right now control this race. With 49 to go. Lane's trying to clear Bowman here. And here comes Dylan though, trying to help that 38. Right now they got at least the top 2. Justin Haley trying to get back into the mix. Two sets of teammates up front. Brad, Chris. Now Reddick works to the outside of Bowman. Ty Gibbs up in the mix, going to help the 45. And here comes Carson Hocevar, still back in the mix. Reddick's now tries to Jump Elliott for third.
Chase backed up to the 54 either on purpose or by chance. He should have an offensive run here coming the other direction.
And he snookers the two there. Ooh, tried to slide up in front of Busher, but didn't have the room to clear him. Meanwhile, gives a shot to Busher. Busher going to cut off the 9 car there. .45 to go. Now Ty's going to see what he can do up the inside of Busher. I see Hocefar's coming back, as is Dylan. Yeah, got a couple sets of teammates up here, so 777, 48, 9. And of course the two lead the race, the 6 and 17. Where do you want to be when this race winds down? 43 to go. But Gibbs turns it to the bottom. Gonna snooker both Hendrick cars. And Justin Haley now into the 3rd spot. It is almost 11 o'clock here. About 4 minutes to 11 o'clock. Or 5 minutes to 11 o'clock. And I'm basically in the same time zone as Atlanta, so... Oh! Reddick got that run in there. Haley gonna duck out. And here, you know, Vols, you mentioned him, and I thought where he was running, he needed to gain spots, but he's making his headway. Ty Dillon to the inside with Justin Haley. Larson had a moment in 3 and 4. Face for the momentum run here with Reddick. Instead, ducks to the inside of Reddick. Can he clear Busher? He does, but Busher back to the inside, though. Oh, contact! Busher did not appreciate that one. Yeah, I think he gave a shot back to Chaser because he did not like the way that contact was. You see the donut now on the 9 car.
That speaks to what we're seeing here tonight. I like it.
38 to go.
It's fun to watch. And these, you know, you said it earlier, Steve, we've got to give it to these drivers. They are putting the show on for all of us. Look at them.
Justin Haley with a run.
Huge contact from the 7 to push the 9 clear.
It's Chase clear, but Haley does not clear.
This is the 9 sliding in front of the 17, and it was inches. The 17 turns left. The 9 runs him down. And then in his side, I don't know. Bam.
Yeah, Chase just drove into the side of the 17.
Front row seat right here, Dale. Yeah, that's like totaling bending contact right there.
Wow.
outside of the 6, the 9. I think this is going to be the move for the lead. He's got to the right rear. He's got help with the 7. 17's
Well, Busher's going to get a run here. Big run by the 17.
Chevy versus Ford in the draft. Justin Haley helping Chase Elliott. Chris Buescher helping the boss man Brad Keselowski.
Buescher is clear of the 7.
Oh, Bowman 3 wide. Neither leader has help. 35 to go. Buescher going to help Brad retake the point. And Ty Dillon going to try to shuffle Bowman there. It's getting tight up here. Oh, there they go. Justin Haley around. Was it Gibbs? They were saying Gibbs into the back of Haley. Oh, no, it was... Yep, Dillon into the back of Haley.
I did an amazing job by the 7 not to overcorrect to the right. I mean, that car tank slapped, and he turned right, and they thought it was going to go into the outside wall. Watch this correction, right? He gets caught. It goes left, right here, then right. Watch this move. Boom. I'm shocked that thing didn't spin back to the right. Really nice work by the drivers, the 7. All right, Crew Chief Dale, you're 1-0 in the Xfinity Series. You're Brad Keselowski, Chase Elliott. You got over 20 laps on your tires. You're going to pit with 30 to go on your tires?
I think so. I think you're going to bring a lot of people with you. At least the back half of this pack is coming, right, to the pit road. So we're looking at about 20 cars.
That might be a play to... Like I said, 4 tires on a Hailing car. I kind of like that call here, Junior. You want to be aggressive? If you're not the leaders, I like that call. I like that call. I'm with them on that call. If you're not the leaders, come to pit road, get those fresh tires. Move the car around. Cole Custer is not driving the 38. I didn't know Cole Custer drove the 38. If you're not on the front row, I want me 4 tires. I want me to be able to move my car around like we've seen these guys do. They were not open this time, though. Because where Haley's car came to rest. I don't know. The thing is, it's tough. It's a tough call if you're gonna be on the front row. if you're not on the front row, I think the call's a no-brainer. I think you have to come and get tires. I think you have to.
Yes, sir. I'm with the two of them.
Let's go to Marty. It's interesting, Adam, because Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson under the last caution had decided that if caution came out in this range, they would indeed pit. But Steve, here is to make your point. Chase Elliott said, I think too many things are going to have to go right for anyone who pits here to be able to win the race.
I'd rather have the 4 tires. The only risk with taking tires here is there being a wreck back in the pack where you're at. Other than that, I think the benefit well, pit road open this time. Stenhouse the first to come, and he was P6. Like I said, if you're not going to be on the front row, the play here for me would be come get the tires so you can maneuver that car around. I'd rather be on 4 fresh tires, be able to move that car around, than... But if you're going to start on the front row, then I think it's a little more tougher to do that. Oh, I said that. I said that way earlier. You guys are saying it now. I said it way earlier. I said that you could very well see a block. Somebody's going to get turned block, and we could see another wreck like what we, not to the extent of what we saw earlier, but we could see another multi-car wreck.
You look at the last 8 weeks, Danielle, 8 different winners, 6 of those winning for the first time in 2025. Here's a little recap of what we've seen the last couple of months. It's been fantastic.
A win today would change the playoff picture.
They got it going on. What an effort for this race team. From the back to the front, Ross Chastain wins the Coca-Cola 600. Ryan Blaney, the man in Music City. The playoff field is over half full. Chase Briscoe saves and wins at Pocono. Welcome to the playoffs.
Damn, last 8 races, 8 different winners. Could very easily be 9 for 9. Because the first car of the running order, I think has won this year, I think, is Kyle Larson. And I'm looking down the running order here.
Hard time, hard class. Highlighting the drivers with fresh tires. Stenhouse 10th, so you heard like Reddick pitted from just inside the top 10 is going to restart just outside.
But keep an eye on Stenhouse. That's where we're going to have to see that. He restarts 10th. Did he get a penalty? Well, never mind.
It was odd. After the Chews got single file, the one thing that you don't want if you're one of those cars is caution.
Because the first one after that would be Reddick.
To be green, to be able to utilize the new tires, to be able to make the moves you need to make to get toward the front. Caution laps are going to eat away at these 29 laps to go here. Really.
All right. 28 to go.
got penalties, and so did Stenhouse.
Oh, okay, that's why. RFK fires off good versus Hendrick. But Chase and Bowman may have the advantage after we get up to space here. Ooh, that was a big block there. Outside momentum coming. Outside momentum. That third car in line there of Zane Smith kind of helped that. Man, look at Reddick. 4 tires, baby. It's Superman on the hood of that car. Right now he probably feels like Superman with them 4 tires. Outside, big momentum on the outside. 26 to go. Reddick ducked inside of Ty Gibbs, gained another one. Back to the top again. Pushing the 38, who shoves the 17 out there. Bowman tries to cut off Reddick. Alex going to try to go after it himself up the inside. No help. Big run coming back here. Gibbs try to block Elliott. Reddick down to the inside. Got to see if he can take 4th. 25 to go. Or 24 to go, excuse me. It was 25 to go. Yeah, probably. Probably. Because the amount of cars we junked. And look at the 77. He's also on those 4 tires too, like Reddick is. Joseph had maybe a look there on Bowman, thought about it. Also, Zane Smith up to P2. We missed that. Zane Smith got around the 17. Reddick up to 3rd. Gonna take Zane Smith to the lead. Zane to the lead. 22 to go. Here comes Superman. Ooh, Brad wants the lead back. Gets it. Busher back up the bottom. Outside momentum, outside. 54 gives the 45 a shot. Reddick for 2nd. Reddick the 2nd. He wants that lead. Not going to clear him yet. Brad gets a little bit of help. No help to Reddick. Bowman back to 3rd. Here comes the 2 guys with tires now working together. Hocevar lost a little of the ground he had. Brad, Zane Smith, and Bowman is the top 3. Ty Gibbs in 4th. 19 to go at Atlanta. Brad, Bowman, Zane Smith, Ty Gibbs, Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher. And here comes Stenhouse. trying to take that spot from Chase Elliott. He's one on those tires. I believe Ty Dillon's on tires too. Not positive on that one. Eric Jones going to try to gain a spot here. So Ty isn't? Okay. Bowman going to try to look on Brad here. Can he clear him? Looks like he's going to. Does. But Brad, back crossover. He retook the point. And Stenhouse still digging on that inside. Doesn't have any help. I think he needs some help, though. He's trying. Bowman back. Around 16 to go.
Motorsports has been great here at this racetrack in the draft. 2 wins for William Byron, 1 for Chase Elliott. Those 3 victories the best. Brad's got to put some kind of run together, but he doesn't have much help from behind.
Oh, he's going to try. Got a nose under him. Well, I don't know. He's going to pull him back, though. Here comes Zane. Zane stays low. Puts Brad back to the point. And here comes Reddick again. Him and Hocevar. Zane and Bowman side by side for second. 14 to go. We may get that camera out, though. We had it at the end of stage 2. I think we're going to need it for the end of this race if we stay green. 3 wide. Hello, Carson. Coming through the middle and gaining positions. And he's on fresh tires. Oh! Got in front of that run there with the 10. Zane Smith to the lead. And look what that does to the cut line with Zane out front. Reddick and Brad versus Bowman and Elliott. Ooh, Ty may have gotten the wall there. The ties may have gotten together there. 12 to go. And what a race right now. Can't really call anybody at this point. Zane going to get the lead with help from Brad. Reddick again. 11 to go. Actually, the 3 cars in the upper lane, the 45, 47, and 77. Stenhouse up the inside. Into second.
He's up to second behind Smith. We're coming back to 10 to go. 19 positions since the restart.
10 to go. Zane Smith up front. Pick a horse, because I can't pick one. Bowman going to take it back from Smith. Reddick trying to get a run with Hocevar. Stenhouse and Brad battle for third. 9 to go. Can we make it for the spring? Oh! Chase almost got the 77. Turned him almost turned him sideways, or actually did turn him sideways, but he just didn't wreck. 8 to go. Zane back to the point. No gap between Brad and Stenhouse, though. Bowman back to the inside. Oh, he's not got enough to clear him, though. And here comes the run with Stenhouse. Does he go 3 wide? Yes, he does. And Ricky Stenhouse to the point. Brad to second. Reddick trying to take third. He does. And here comes Hocevar back into the mix. And Eric Jones as well. 6 to go in Atlanta. Can we match what happened here the spring of last year? I tell you what, we stay green. We may just match what we did the spring of last year. Brad clears Ricky. Reddick in third. 5 more to go. Mike, get that camera ready. Reddick clears for second. The teammates battle for fourth. And Zane Smith back on the recovery as well. 4 more. 6 miles. 4 more to go.
That was it. That was like the last time out. Single file down the front stretch to catch your breath.
Photo finish to end stage 2.
Brad leads Ricky. Or leads Reddick and Ricky. I'm watching Eric Jones back there at the back of this group. Still a factor with 3 to go. Ooh, Chase gonna snooker his teammate into 1 and 2.
3 laps to go. Keselowski out front. Tyler Reddick behind him.
Well, the 9's going to get to the quarter panel of the 45. He's got to get help from the 48.
Big run coming on the outside with Ricky and Jones. Ooh. Reddick way up on the top. 2 laps to go this time. But Reddick and Chase.
2 laps to go. And remember, you want to have the lead.
Next, yep, if the white flag comes out, next flag ends the race. Watch the blocking and watch the moves. White flag, last lap at Atlanta. Brad to cover. Come on, Brad, get back by him. Get back by him, Brad. You can do it. Back up to him. God damn it. The fucker in the 9's gonna win. Fuck Chase Elliott. God damn it. Fuck Chase Elliott. God damn it. Fuck Chase Elliott. Bitch and a half. Fuck the 9. Seriously. Biggest bust in NASCAR. Fuck Chase Elliott. Seriously. The guy's a fucking asshole. Fan base is actually an asshole, so, you know, screw Chase Elliott. Screw Chase Elliott, screw his fan base. You know? Fuck that 9 car. That's okay, now I can start banning people. Let's see. We will ban you. Who else do I gotta ban? Ban you. Let's see.
Drivers have won here at the Cup level. Bill Elliott, 5 times.
Ban you.
For Chase.
There. Fuck the 9 car. I mean, seriously? Really? God damn, I really wanted Brad to win that one, though. God damn it. I wanted Brad to win that one, too. He almost had it. Damn, Brad was so close.
Caution's a theme tonight. Chase Elliott, one of 4 drivers.
Damn.
Not involved in a crash.
God damn, that sucks.
Designed by 11-year-old Raylan Mills, a patient in Children's Healthcare of Atlanta.
God damn it. Best race of the year, and it gets tainted by the winner. Man. Race was awesome until that point, you know? That kind of sucks. It taints it, you know? Damn. I mean, they might have had a shot for it if they had gone with Brad, but him and Brad got to racing each other. They just let Chase win it, basically, at that point. No, it sucks. They won't fail inspection. They're the Golden Boy. They're not going to fail inspection. I'd be shocked if he failed tech. God, that sucks.
What a drive for Chase Elliott. So aggressive all night long. In fact, we joked we called him Mr. 3 Wide tonight. Was willing to do anything it took to get up front. And here comes the 19. Officially locked in now.
No, I banned the ones that I know are going to be the troublesome ones. Hell, I didn't ban Tristan, even though I know he's a Chase guy. I banned the ones that I know are going to be troublesome by the reaction, so... God, that sucks, so...
Getting solid finishes. Chase Elliott delivers at his home racetrack.
Oh, I've been saying that for years, Buzz. But it falls on deaf ears, so...
Chase, does it get any sweeter than winning in front of your hometown fans?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You guys, how about that? Are you kidding me? I've never in my life. This is unbelievable. Thank you guys so much. Hey, you know, just what a special car. And just a huge thanks to Napa Auto Parts and everything.
I will say a good story about the scheme, though. So...
Chevrolet tonight, so it was a lot of fun. This right here is something I'll never forget. Thank you guys so much.
What made this so... There's Raylan. Good job on the car design, Raylan. How about watching your car go to victory lane?
He was cool.
He was cool. What made this win so improbable? It looked like you were out of the game, Chase. Why do you say, I never dreamed this would happen?
Well, I just think that, honestly, all the cards fell in the right.
Kind of sucks that one of the best races we've seen this year is...
I don't know if y'all had fun, but
Man.
it was wild from my seat.
Kind of reminds me of the Dagger race in the spring of 2011. You know? And we did finish under green, which... I'm actually kind of surprised when I put that prediction up that we actually finished under green. You know? Didn't think we would.
Some great partners, Chevrolet. Say hey to Mr. Hendrick at home. Thanks for sticking with me, pal. And thanks to all you guys, because this right here is... You can't dream of this.
You got a short Watsonville, I'm sure there's about 80,000 fans that love to party with you tonight.
It's going to be a big one, so we'll get ready.
All right, Chase Elliott locked into the playoffs, but more importantly, wins at his home track. Adam, means so much to him, you can tell.
3 drivers from Hendrick Motorsports have now found their way to victory lane in 2025.
We did make up for March. I'll give him credit there. We did make up for March, but God, I just hate the fact that it was Elliott. Guy's asshole, and I don't know why he's gets the Jesus following he does, but you know. And I feel for Brad. Feel so much for Brad. I thought Brad had him. I knew he was kind of Brad was in a tough spot because he had the teammates behind him, but I thought maybe he'd get a run back at him, but
Not to push the 6, not to help the 6 rebound. Bowman goes for the position, doesn't get it, but that also was a good aid to his teammate Chase Elliott. A very normally reserved Chase Elliott shows emotion. You wonder what giant has been awoken here with a few races before the playoffs.
And talk about momentum. Back-to-back top 5s coming in. Today he takes
yeah, that sucks.
and talk radio gonna be a buzz. Because they'll no longer be asking the question, when is Chase going back to victory lane? The answer tonight at Echo Park Speedway. And he does it in an absolute thriller on TNT.
God, that sucks.
There's a place no map will show you. A secret spot. A high-performance hideout for cars that crave...
Man, what's Keselowski got to do to win one, you know?
Check. A spoiler so big it doubles as a picnic table? Oh, you bet.
What's Brad got to do?
Nailed every second we shave. It's all knowledge that goes right back into your ride. Look like fun? It is. You win?
Our nation is standing up for American workers, restoring
God,
pride,
man.
making products here at home. That's what we do every day. We're America's beverage companies, making American products with American workers in America's hometowns, delivering brands that have been enjoyed for generations, creating good-paying jobs, the kind that require only a strong work ethic, because we believe in the promise of America and the people who make it great.
What you working on?
A time machine so we can go back to when our house was new
Well, Valspar has everything we need to make our place look great now.
and into the future. Well, that was faster than time travel.
Oh, let's do the bathroom next. Everything you need to keep your place looking new. Valspar.
This melty white American cheese
God, that
is the luckiest cheese
sucks.
It gets to smother a quarter-pound of
It just sucks.
Sorry, other cheese.
No. Yeah, it sucks.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us, with every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California, to oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, driven by one mission. Small and everything in between, full speed ahead.
Oh, God, that sucks.
Under the lights, surrounded by history, at the place where legends are made.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's a moment of truth. Their last shot at the playoffs. Your last chance to see regular season action. Friday night, Xfinity lights the fuse. Saturday night, the Cup Series delivers the fireworks. This is Daytona. This is everything. Get your tickets now.
We're taking any other of the guys in this field except for Dale Jr. Light, but God, that sucks. Especially when it was such as good a race as we had at the end, too, you know? Such a good race at the end, too.
Oh my goodness. When you break a 44 race winless streak, survive a race that had 36 cars involved in a wreck, and do it at your home track, well, you get to party like a rock star. That's exactly what Chase Elliott is going to do here tonight at Echo Park Speedway. Just went into the stands with the fans. Yes, that would be Chase Elliott, hometown boy, and he's about to make his way to victory lane to celebrate this one with his guys. We are here to cover it all, and I'll tell you right now, it's 11:30 on the East Coast, but I will tell you what the Dawsonville pool room is doing right now. What is that? You go ahead and do it, partner. The siren! Exactly. They just actually tweeted that out, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're in the area, head on over there and celebrate with your friends.
Oh.
It is a siren. That is absolutely right. There's a lot to talk about with this win, but that move,
God, that sucks. We're taking any other driver to win except for Dale Jr. Light, but
What just happened and the energy of Chase Elliott getting out and his reaction. Like he's pretty like level, right? Like you don't get a lot out of him. But when he got out and you could hear the crowd, you could tell it kind of took him back a little bit. He talked about it being such a special moment for him, but he earned it. Like as we were walking out here to the stage, I'm like, I don't think he's got a shot. It's 10 to go, and he had faded back a little bit. And then you just kept seeing the moves happen, and the next lap, Brad tried to block, and it just wasn't there. That was a pretty special moment.
look at this right now. There's a car coming in right now, and just all the fans lined up with all of their cameras watching this happen.
Huge crowd here tonight. Obviously, to see this is so special to see the hometown boy win here. Obviously, the most popular driver. But I think you'd point out something there. With like 10 to go to 5 to go, he's sitting fifth, sixth, but he just makes methodical moves when it was the correct time. Made aggressive moves like we had seen through the night, and then gets that push from Alex Bowman. He's probably got to go thank Alex, I would think, just a little bit.
And it wasn't even the push. It was the fact that Bowman didn't help Brad to get back to him, which was huge. It was
sucks.
definitely a teammate playing there, and he owes Bowman one for sure.
But he set himself up in the right position to get that push from Bowman, and then had that monster run. There's nothing Brad could do. Brad had blocked every move for what, 40 laps?
Yeah.
Something like that. But he just, at the most pivotal time, he couldn't make that block because it was such a large run. It's such a shorter distance when you go to the bottom in turn one. If you have momentum, it's impossible for that front car to try to block.
And it was safe to say this was kind of Brad's race to lose. He controlled the majority of the race, and I think as we walked up here, you're like, it's Brad's night, right? 31st in points, he's going to lock himself in. The Chase, man, had the run, was able to get this inside, and look at that, unbelievable.
Look at him. I mentioned you partner when the guys talked to him in the red flag. I mean, he was not happy with that race car. Said he couldn't get the back to kind of stick, and it looked like he was out to lunch. You see right there, no doubt Mr. H on the phone right there, calling his driver to congratulate him on this win, which is absolutely a big one. We mentioned the winless streak that he's been through. Look at that smile on his face.
I love that. It's awesome. It's a definite emotion. And you mentioned it, he was not happy with that race car in the first run in stage one, but he pointed out something really, really important. He was like, when we looked at our notes, that's historically how this place reacts. At the beginning, it's sort of out of the racetrack, but knowing night was going to fall, it would come to them, and he actually asked one of the last pit stops not to make any adjustments because the car was driving so well. It come to them with the nighttime, with the cooler temperatures as the race went on, and honestly, he had the car he could make moves with. He had cars that had fewer tires behind him. He had Stenhouse driving in the field on fewer tires, and he was able to hold them off. And I think I just loved how he was so patient there with 5 to go, with 4 to go, to make the right moves. That's just so, it takes so much patience and just, I don't know, cerebralness to be in that moment and to make the right moves.
Yeah, and listen, what you don't know inside the car when yours isn't handling well is how's everybody else's handling. And I heard a lot of guys complaining about their car, but as you said, it came to him and he had his car when he needed it.
driver. You know his job is secure, but you also know that he wants to go out there. He's expected to win.
You want to beat your teammate.
Yeah.
I mean, like, and he has probably the most challenging teammate in the entire series with Kyle Larson. We know how talented Kyle is. That's a tough teammate to have. I know firsthand because he was my teammate for a while. But all of those guys, I mean, Bowman as well, right? I mean, you have to perform when you're at an organization like Hendrick Motorsports. 44 races since his last win, but his 20th win, it's huge, man. It's a lot of wins through a career.
It's huge, and I know the pressure he puts on himself. Whenever you talk to him, whenever he does interviews, he mentions how much pressure he puts on himself, how it's so internal, right? And it's in that internally within that race team. He talks about Alan Gustafson and the pressure they put internally on that race team because they think we should be the number one car here. We should be the one winning all the time.
The number one
and when
car.
you're at Hendrick Motorsports, Steve Letarte will tell you, Mr. H gives you everything to win.
Right.
And when you're not winning, that's a problem.
Well, not only the Hendrick Motorsports factor, right? The Elliott factor, and we mentioned his dad is one here at this track. The sport's most popular driver factor. Fans want to see this dude in victory.
Yeah, we'll see you guys next week. I mean, I wish it was anybody else, but.
And selfishly, on Tuesday, I picked him to win. This week, I just had to put it out there.
I'm
not scared to pat himself on the back.
I can't even reach my arm this far back, to be honest.
I had an inkling it was coming. I just didn't want to see it happen. You know.
The celebration in victory lane, but of course, Brad Keselowski was so close to getting the victory here tonight. Just came down to that final lap. Let's hear from him right now.
Right after the checkered flag, Brad Keselowski came on the radio and said, "I just needed a teammate." What made the difference in that finish?
9 car got a great push from the 48 there, and if those guys would race, I could hold them off. But when they double team me like that, it was the same thing when we had a couple teammates. We were able to hold them off, and we lost that. And at the end, they were able to double team me. So, anything I can do differently, just put ourselves in position.
You don't get a lot of shots at these that close. Does this one
shot at these out?
Does this one hurt?
Well, every loss hurts. I don't dwell on it. We've gone.
Brad Keselowski with a good attitude after finishing second.
All right, Alex Bowman, I know it's hard to watch your teammates celebrate in victory lane. Where did this one get away?
Kind of the sequence of us getting shuffled there. The car was really good, but it was pretty bottom dependent a little bit, just with how our handling was. And I'd say that was a little popular. So congrats to the 9 team and Chase. Proud of those guys, and glad to have a Hendrick car in victory lane. Wish it was us, but yeah, we had a really fast Ally 48 there after we crashed. Yeah, just needed to not lose control of the race, but that was hard to do. Everybody that led lost control of the race, so I just led at the wrong time, I guess. But yeah, wish we were spots better or whatever, but still a good day for us and our Alex.
The good news is you gained 19 points on the cut. You're now plus 39, and you're heading to the track where you last won at Chicago.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's some good places for us coming up, and if we just learn how we're supposed to, we wouldn't even be looking at the cut line. We've led so much over the last couple months, so yeah, glad to continue to step in the right direction after those 2 months of hell, and this 48 team did a really good job today.
Earlier in the spring, Bowman said the last 2 months were difficult, but things are turning around here, guys.
Tyler Reddick comes home in 4th. How do you describe that racing in the last run? What shot did you have?
We were really solid, honestly. Superman Camry was good. Just made the wrong move at the wrong time. Most of the night, if I sat and waited, I shuffled back, and just need to be a little bit smarter when I move on the 6. I got to shuffle too far back to be able to fight truly for the win there. So disappointing for sure, but it was nice to get a playoff point, score some points at a speedway. But yeah, just more and more new winners. So we gotta find a way to victory lane. That's for sure.
This certainly was a battle of attrition. Would more Toyotas, more teammates help you in the end?
No, I just make better.
Thanks, Thunder.
Tyler Reddick hard on himself after a top 5 finish.
Eric Jones settling for a 5th place finish, but is it glass half full, Eric, to see how Legacy continues to run here each and every week?
Yeah, I think so. Just good runs. Well, since Charlotte, really, in the 600. And so,
after tonight, I'm going to come back and run fitness. We wrecked twice, once on my own and once in the big wreck at the start. So I'm happy with that. I'm just happy with the Dollar Tree camper team. So it's been a lot of fun to race. It was kind of a weird start. We had to make a lot of changes to the car to fire off, but just really proud of the effort, proud of what we're doing right now. You know, we've made a big climb in points, and we're still going. And I don't know. You don't know what, if we can keep making it better. We're at the cusp here of just, we're one good step away from really being contenders, and I hope we can take that step soon.
In the last 7 races, you've jumped from 30th to 18th in the points. You've jumped a few more spots tonight. With 8 races to go, Eric, in the regular season, are you thinking you could point your way in if you continue running this well?
Yeah, I mean, if we can do this, for sure. It's going to take some perfect races, but we've been doing that. We haven't got the finishes here and there, but we've got a lot of stage points through the day and ran well. So if we can get some stage points, get these finishes like this, you know, there's no reason we can't. So would love to get a win. I thought we had a shot at the end. It just was kind of, I just ran out of time, but nice to be in contention for it and getting amped up, you know, running.
Yeah, it just sucks. It does. So many good storylines would have been good out of this race too. You know, Jones with a top 5. You know.
Chase Elliott punching his ticket to the playoffs right now. We got 12 drivers. We are at the halfway point of the season as well.
Well, the good thing for those guys on the cut line, with Chase winning, he was the highest in points that hadn't won, so it didn't really affect the guys right there on the line. Eric Jones,
Man, I'm just.
it is close, so he'll need just a little bit of help, but I think overall for Legacy, it's just been a huge improvement since the beginning of the year.
Absolutely massive. Another one, you look at there, 15th Alex Bowman came in here on the cut line. You know, that's a big night to get a little bit of breathing room points-wise right now. I know you want to be victory lane. That sort of locks it up and gets you in the playoffs, but if you're going to fight in on points, you want to get the breathing room in a crazy race like this. He got some of that. That was big for sure.
Yeah, and looking at those 3 guys, Reddick, Busher, Bowman, those are 3 that I think could get a win before this regular season is over with. Carson Hotzfart didn't make a lot of noise tonight. Thought we might hear more from him, good or bad, but not a lot of noise out of 7. A little noise to begin. A little bit, but not a lot.
You had driving through the pack in stage 1, had one of the best handling cars, but it all went for the fair shake.
And see what happens when you pick the driver that wins. You just feel like
you get arrogant.
I can tell you anything.
Really?
You need to know.
Where are we going next, Parker Kligerman? What are we doing next? Yeah, what are we doing next?
Absolutely no idea.
Well, then you don't know everything.
We don't do rundown.
We are going to go check the guys out. Adam Alexander. Is Steve Letarte this time as well? Because I know he picked Chase Elliott to win the in-season challenge. I can't remember if he picked him to win the race, but I mean, are we getting a little gloating up there, Steve?
I don't think we've had much. Maybe
something.
I don't think they're gonna make that switch.
person here tonight more confident than Chase Elliott right
Not at this point.
I do. Hey, you know, you heard from all the guys in the top 5. We looked at the leaderboard with 8 races to go to the playoff. Your reaction overall as we advance now to Chicago?
Yeah, there's several that are glad there wasn't a new winner that was below the cut line like Brad Keselowski. That would definitely change things, but there are some racetracks coming up where that's still a gamble or still a risk to a Bubba Wallace or Alex Bowman. Busher and Bowman, we mentioned that they made some gains tonight, but they just kind of got to keep doing that every single week. The schedule is weak. A lot of road courses and Daytona looming out there as that final regular season race. A couple of normal racetracks that we go to, but you're just going to have to be perfect. You're going to have to be great. Kind of like Eric Jones said, you got to have to get the results, get the stage points, and we're going to document it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Bowman's who I have my eye on. I thought his interview really told the story for me. We showed Chase Elliott passing Brad Keselowski multiple times, but it was a couple laps earlier. I think it's the move of the race. It's when Chase Elliott goes 3 wide into 1, passing his teammate. Not only does he get a few positions, but he then becomes the offensive point of Hendrick Motorsports right here in the lead. Swing left for Chase, goes to the inside of both the 48 and the 47. It seems not meaningless, but it seems like one of many, many passes that we see. You never know which one's going to cycle to the front, but in the end, when the duo was lined up, I thought they had the best chance. They had their teammates. He was the head of that duo. So now it's Bowman's turn, right?
Got it.
You had a great interview there.
That sucks.
Lost control of the race. Can lightning strike twice? Can you go to the streets and go back to back in Chicago? That would be a huge.
Man, that last stage was wild though.
Where we leave the racetrack and we say for Brad Keselowski, what might have been. I mean, they were so strong last week and had some of the miscommunication when it comes to strategy. And here tonight, I mean,
they were in control, had a huge opportunity to go out and win. They finished second, and being in a must-win situation, second really is no consolation prize.
Yeah, for a guy like Brad that knowingly struggles at the road courses, his opportunities are few and far between to go out there and get the win that he so sorely needs to make the playoffs. And it's even more frustrating for him because we know what kind of caliber of a driver he is, and he's seeing his other teammates, the other two cars at RFK, run relatively well. Actually, they're both in that battle to make the playoffs on points. So that's a tough one for Brad to have the season that he's had. He wants to go out there and maybe get that last-ditch win. Maybe it comes at Daytona. You know he's going to circle that on the calendar. This is very similar style racing that we had tonight. He'll be very desperate at Daytona.
Well, I know you talked about upsets. If anyone has a perfect bracket still available,
all right, well, I guess I'm done here.
What we saw with the big wreck and all that, I think it's nearly impossible. But I'm with Dale. You know, Brad.
So I'm out. I'll see you guys for Chicago.
And I think while Brad can look at it as his chance, the last thing you want to be is the driver barely in above the cut line and hope somebody like Brad doesn't shut you out of the playoffs.
We'll see you guys. See you guys for Chicago. I'm out.